Hello, everybody, and welcome to this evening's WWE Hell in a Cell 2021 watch party. We are live right now on both Twitch and YouTube, and we'll be live for the majority of the night. And by majority of the night, I basically mean until the show is over and we all go home. That's how long we're going to be live. Let me just send some messages. Live now on both YouTube and Twitch. And we'll get some people in here talking about the show, joining in and saying hi. We already have Ed here saying hello, Mr. Tom. Welcome, Ed. I do have a little bit of news that I'll be talking about, a bit of personal news. And for anyone who's not sure, I will, of course, show off what I've got there because there'll be a bit of personal, a bit of so on and so forth. Jason Michael, welcome on YouTube, says, Sup, Tom. So apparently someone is at backstage tonight. Well, there are a lot of people who are backstage tonight, a lot of people backstage, so we'll wait and see as to what happens there. And that's what I want to do. I want to open this so that I can see what people are saying in chat. I don't want to miss anything is the issue. But like when I'm dual streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, I sometimes miss if maybe someone redeems a feature or if they give bits. I would miss that. So I want to. I've got Twitch up on my phone to keep me company there as well. Oliver Gomez here saying, "Hey Tom, not staying but have a good stream." Thank you for dipping in, Oliver. Appreciate that. Every viewer helps after all. Dominic Perez is saying, any information on Brock Lesnar? Are they going to push Cesaro? If you've been watching over on Twitch, which I'll put the banner on now. If you've been watching over on Twitch, we've actually been speaking about Brock Lesnar for a while. I said, I think about a week ago, that the conversations with Brock Lesnar have already started, very similar to the report that came out today. When it comes to Cesaro, I don't think they will. Personally, I think that's a shame, but I don't think they will. And that's just a situation that we've landed in here. It's a situation whereby I cannot sit here and say they're going to push Cesaro. I thought they were going to. I thought we'd get quite a continued age of Cesaro. I thought that's where we were headed. But at this moment, it looks like there'll be no push whatsoever for Cesaro. And Jason Michael is just saying no spoiler. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. If you don't want to spoil that information, that's absolutely fine. Someone7 is here saying, hey, Tom, welcome. Someone7, glad to see you. Welcome to the show. Get my activity feed up as well. We have had a very good day on YouTube. Let me just get the numbers ready for you. We are currently 10 minutes or so away from the Hell in a Cell kickoff show starting, so we're going to do a little bit of daily stuff. In the first just under 6 hours of my latest video, which is a WWE SummerSlam 2021 updated match card predictions, we have had 58 views. Our average watch duration is 3 minutes and 9 seconds, which is an increase on my average. The impression click-through rate, which is essentially people clicking when it's advertised randomly to them, is a 9.1%, which is very good. And we've gone up to 576 subscribers. Absolutely fantastic. 576 subscribers. We are more than halfway to 1,000. At the same time, over on Twitch, we are now at 208 followers. 208 is a very, very good number and shows that we are continuing to grow. And we do have some friendly faces over on Twitch who are jumping in. Wiggly says, yo, says Hell in a Cell starts what time? It starts at 1 a.m. So in the UK, it starts at 1 a.m. The pre-show starts at 12 midnight. Jay Quick says, I'm surprised they haven't announced a kickoff match. They actually have. It is Natalya versus Mandy Rose in the continued build towards the Women's Tag Team Championship match that is currently expected sooner rather than later. Wiggly says, was at the fan park today volunteering, got to watch the Italy versus Wales game. Loads of Italy fans there. Please, Wales went through, though. Given they were predicted to finish bottom of the group, they've done well. I actually haven't spotted that. Haven't kept track with that particular news. I've had a bit of a... I've had a shit day. I've had a terrible day. I've been distracted by other things, but I'm happy to hear that. Will says, where's Asuka these days? I love Asuka. I miss Asuka. Creative hiatus. They're just not sure what to do with her at the moment. I suspect we won't see much of her until the draft comes, at which point I kind of expect her to be moving over to SmackDown. Thank you, everyone, for commenting, everyone for jumping in. If you're watching on YouTube, please do remember to click like on the video. That's a big help to me and my individual growth for the channel. It helps people find this video. When I've got a watch along like this, that's a very good thing. In addition to that, if you haven't already, please don't be afraid to jump in and essentially say that you're watching this show. We have our Discord. We also have plenty of people on Twitter and the like. I will advertise it as much as possible. But right now we are sitting at 208 Twitch followers. If we can get up to 250 followers on Twitch, what we will be doing is having a full stream of the entirety of the game The Last of Us, a game that makes me cry many times. I'll probably cry about 6 times over the course of it. It's a 15 to 18 hour game. In one sitting, I'll be playing it. One whole sitting. So keep your eye out on that one. Let's see what we got. Wiggly says, Turkey were meant to be everyone's dark horses. They ended up being a bunch of turkeys. It was disappointing in the end. Disappointing. It's a shame. Someone 7 says, do you think we'll see Eva tonight? Eva has teased being there. I don't think she will be, but it's possible she'll be on the pre-show at some point. I suspect she'll join the panel and have a quick conversation and introduce Dewdrop. Horrible name, but I suspect that's what's going to happen. Wiggly says she wasn't on this week. Oh, you mean Asuka? Asuka was not on this week, yes. Not this week. And Jay Quick has given us some Shane McMahons. If you do have us followed over on Twitch and you subscribe, you will get emotes of Vince McMahon, Shane McMahon, and a couple of my good self. Just a couple of my good self. Random Guy says, can you show the screen too? Unfortunately, Random Guy, I cannot. That would be massive copyright issues and my entire channel would be shut down pretty much immediately. So I can't do that one. Now, Jay Quick has redeemed a tell-off for Vince McMahon. He wants me to tell Vince McMahon off for the way they've handled the Money in the Bank winners. Given that we're coming up to Money in the Bank, I think this is a good call. So let's do it. Let's do it. For anyone not familiar with how we work on Twitch, I'm going to be cutting promos on Vince McMahon for anybody who redeems channel points over there. Vince, I know you're watching. You watch these streams all the time. You've been dropping in non-stop recently. You've been very generous to try and keep me quiet. But I will not be quiet. This chat has questions. This chat wants to know what is going on with the Money in the Bank winners. We want to know whether you're going to take it seriously this year, whether it's going to be the big deal that it can be, or whether it's going to be a situation whereby the briefcase is traded, or the contract's in a lunchbox, or Baron Corbin's going to lose via roll-up because he gets distracted by John Cena. What gives, Vince? What gives? We just want something good. You can give us that. And if you fail, you will be a bad Vince. Jason Michael says Natalya versus Mandy Rose will be on the kickoff show. It will indeed. They have announced that on WWE's Twitter feed in the last couple of hours, which means we at least get 7 matches. And I do think with an hour-long kickoff show, you need something. Someone 7 just sticks a Dorito in the chat. I thought it was a slice of pizza, but looking closer, that's a Dorito. Wiggly says there's several Twitch streamers broadcasting the show, which obviously isn't kosher or halal. Yeah, I agree. And I'm not going to be one of the people doing it. So all I can say, I am not going to be one of the people doing it. And Ed dropped some Vinces in the chat to celebrate the fact that we have been telling off Vince McMahon. Ed says, talk about the idea of Vince saying no more cold matches from Ringside News. I'm waiting to see if that's true, basically. I have a lot of questions as regards it. Naturally, a lot of questions as regards it. But it's an unreliable source. It's an unreliable source. And I think when it comes to Raw this week, that's when we're going to find out whether it's true or not. Corey has entered the chat. Welcome, Corey. Thank you for saying hi, Tom. Thank you for that one. And since you are here, you've already redeemed a cash-in, pardon me, for the 24/7 championship. You are a VIP of this channel, Corey. You are our new 24/7 champion. Welcome to the show, mate. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Airdrops more food and sugar. That sounds like a terrible combination. What are you doing? Someone 7 says, what match are you most excited for? Personally, probably Bianca Belair versus Bayley in Hell in a Cell. There's a dark side of me, like a Call of the Void side of me, that's thinking, well, maybe what's going to happen is that Alexa Bliss and Shayna Baszler will actually be great. Maybe. I hope so. I hope it's not terrible, basically. And Jay Quick reporting news says, for those who are not in the Discord, Bianca and Bayley is opening. Jay Quick, please do remember to add your source for that information. I believe it was PW Insider. We work together here in this chat to share news, share reports, and give as much information as possible. Fightful Select earlier today did report that Brock Lesnar had been in conversations for his return. If you've been following my YouTube channel, we've spoken about that a lot in the past couple of weeks. We've also spoken about who Edge will face at SummerSlam and more. So keep track of that one because this channel is going places. Corey says, maybe I could pin R-Truth when I'm at SmackDown and become the new 24/7 champion. Well, you could pin R-Truth, but unfortunately, the 24/7 champion right now is Akira Tozawa, mate. Akira Tozawa. Thank you, Jay Quick. Thank you very much for that one. It's just good to get in the habit, you know? I'm sure you get it. I'm sure you get it. Please do remember, if you're watching on YouTube, to click like in the video. That helps us grow. And of course, the more engagement we get, the more it's pushed elsewhere. And yes, Ed, we want to push it to the moon. We definitely want to do that. Wiggly says, was briefly snooping on Paige's Twitch. Paige is a very entertaining Twitch channel. She has a very entertaining Twitch channel. There is likely to be a Twitch version of the WWE Hell in a Cell kickoff show. So keep your eye out for that, because that could be a really great way for us to get some followers if I was able to jump over there and advertise a little bit, but I don't have the confidence to do that at the moment, doing too many things. We have a new 24/7 champion. It comes right after a new 24/7 champion. Corey would lose the 24/7 championship to his own friend, Toxic Predator 1. What a rivalry. And then shortly afterwards, Toxic Predator would lose it very quickly to Professor Wigglytuff, which means I have to put in, what are they called? Underscores. It can be painful. PhD. Professor Wigglytuff, PhD. You are now a VIP of the channel. Welcome, Wiggly. Welcome, Wiggly. And Michael is here as well saying, how's it going? Welcome, Michael. Glad to see you. Glad that you could join us. Stop turning it off. Stop turning it off. Welcome to the show. Jermaine Presley is here. Says, hi, Tom. Do you think we get any returns tonight? Honestly, no. Like, I know there are rumors of people backstage. I don't think we get any returns tonight. Certainly, we are nowhere near the level of Brock Lesnar returning, to my knowledge. Certainly not to my knowledge. Did they just... Oof. So we had the Godfather's Broken Skull sessions up before the pre-show. They just gargled Jack Daniels. Are you insane? That is insane. We are now up to 13 viewers. The Twitch show has 10. The YouTube show has 3, which is baffling when you consider how many more people follow on YouTube. But we are where we are. Twitch is made for live content after all. Toxic Predator says, yup. Yeah, unfortunately, that 24/7 championship didn't stick, mate. There's always next time. It's a good thing to spend your channel points on. For anyone who doesn't know, if you want to make sure you don't miss any shows, the best thing to do is to drop into the Tom Colihue Discord. There are currently 40 people in there, regularly chatting wrestling, a very active community, and you can join and have fun there, as well as know every time a show is going live, which helps you to join. For example, one show we do not do on YouTube is Spoiler Warning. I actually want to add the graphic here. I just want to add the graphic as a background briefly. to show it off a little bit, Oliver Gom made this for us. So I'll add that in. We do a show twice a week, Mondays and Fridays, 10 p.m. UK time, that is 5 p.m. EST, called Spoiler Warning. And the beauty of Spoiler Warning, to say it simply, actually, let's put it in overlay, actually. Let's put it in overlay. The beauty of Spoiler Warning is it is our news show where you get news and you get it first in many cases. Not all the cases, but in many cases, you get it first. I'm talking, of course, about Spoiler Warning. Spoiler Warning with Tom Colley, professional wrestling news, rumors, and analysis. I want you guys to check that out when it goes live every Monday, every Friday, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. EST. It's starting to approach a 2-hour show because it's a show led by you. I answer your questions as well. So the live shows I used to do on YouTube are now exclusively on Twitch. We then break them down and upload them onto onto YouTube in separate videos that you can enjoy. Let's catch up with the chat as well. Wiggly says his Discord name is Super Furfru. I do remember you joining, but yeah, I know a Pokemon themed name. Ed says the Gargling Jack comes from Mr. Perfect. That's how he inducted you to his friend group. Interesting, mate. Interesting. I did not know that. I do not believe that, Wiggly, given that I literally call you Wiggly, and I call you Wiggly for a reason. B-School Nick is here saying, hi, Tom. How are you, Nick? And how the devil is your cat? Glad to see you, mate. Hope you're looking forward to the show tonight. Jermaine says there are only 2 cell matches tonight. There are. Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre for the WWE Championship will be in Hell in a Cell. That will be our main event, according to PW Insider. And our opening match, again, according to PW Insider, will be the other cell match, Bianca Belair defending the SmackDown Women's Championship against Bayley. Toxic Predator says, looks professional. Thank you, Toxic Predator. Oliver Gom, fairly new to the chat, but already making a massive impact and making hype trains happen. That guy is insane. Has created that for us, and it does look fantastic, doesn't it? I will be sharing it a lot more on Twitter to try and drive a bit more traffic, and of course, a bit more as it goes. And Corey just says hi to everyone. Hi to you, Corey, as well. Good to know, Nick. Good to know. Appreciate that. So you can jump into the Discord if you would like. If you have not followed on YouTube, please do remember to subscribe on YouTube. It's absolutely free and it's a big help to me personally. And of course, if you have not followed on Twitch, we are currently at 208 followers, and I would really appreciate it if you would follow over there as well. Wiggly's asking, who do you think so far is the best team in the Euros? Italy and Belgium for me. I would go with Italy. I think they've really earned the kudos. France have had some good moments, but did not look good a little while ago. The kickoff show has just started, not just on my TV. I use the WWE Network on my PS4, but also you have to consider it's on Twitch. So if anyone would like to do me a solid and just go and advertise in there without being too obtuse about it, that'd be great. Just letting people know we're here. Letting people know we're here. Wiggly also says, I mean, Italy and England defensively the best, not having conceded. You have to consider like the whole image, though. England have scored 1 goal in the whole tournament. That's not a best for me. That's not a best for me. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, please do remember to click that like button. It makes a massive difference and is a massive help, and I really would appreciate it. Corey is dropping bits in the chat, sends us 15 bits. Thank you very much, Corey. I really appreciate that. Bits help us find an audience as well, help us grow. And it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Corey also says, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show tonight. I have Bobby Lashley and Bianca tonight. I also have them. I have no championships changing hands tonight. So what I expect to happen, my predictions are Seth Rollins to defeat Cesaro, beginning the build to Seth Rollins and Edge at SummerSlam. Heard it here first, folks. In addition to that, I expect we're going to see Kevin Owens beat Sami Zayn again. That Sami Zayn has been losing a lot of matches, but Kevin Owens is being built towards the Intercontinental Championship. That makes sense to me for a win for him. When it comes to Rhea Ripley against Charlotte Flair, I expect Rhea Ripley to retain, not in conclusive fashion. I expect we're going to see a rematch of this one next month at Money in the Bank so that they can keep Charlotte Flair out of Money in the Bank, but they might need Charlotte Flair in Money in the Bank because they basically have no other women. When it comes to Alexa Bliss versus Shayna Baszler, I expect the win to go to Alexa Bliss because, my God, Shayna Baszler cannot win a match right now. But maybe I'm just well trained to think that she's automatically a loser. Who can tell in that regard? Finally, in the main event. Oh, sorry, I missed. Right, in the opening match, Bianca Belair and Bayley, I see Bianca Belair retaining, clean in this regard. Bayley has given Bianca Belair a lot and continues to give. That is my prediction there. And for the main event, I have Bobby Lashley retaining, about as clean as you can get. But we also may see Jinder Mahal tonight. We may see Jinder Mahal. Wiggly is talking football, so let's see what he's saying. I anticipate a better performance as regards England, but also now want England to finish second. A lot of people saying that. Don't forget the 2002 World Cup, they looked good and only scored twice in the group stage. Yeah, they didn't win that either. Wiggly says, also think France could end up finishing third in their group if they get beaten by Portugal. Portugal looked briefly good against Germany, then got battered. That is a group of death and a half. And also says, Germany have found their rhythm again as they always do. Or was it Alan Hansen always used to say, never write off the Germans? Never write off the Germans. It's absolutely fair. It is absolutely fair. So we have just started our kickoff show. They're currently showing the hype package for Bianca Belair and Bayley. It involves a lot of laughing. A lot of laughing. If any of you are PW Torch VIP members, you may have tuned into Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, the podcast I host on the PW Torch VIP network. And on that, we did discuss the different presentations of Bianca Belair and, of course, Rhea Ripley, two women who came in at WrestleMania as the new wave, won the championships, the top championships for their divisions, but only one has been treated like a star, and that has been Bianca Belair. Thank you very much, Corey, dropping 2 lots of 10 bits. Really do appreciate that, mate. That is 35 bits that Corey has given us, and I am very, very grateful for that. Corey, of course, has got a gift sub, so you are now a subscriber. Corey, you were gifted a sub during Friday's show, I believe it was, in the move towards the hype train in the build. I believe it was Michael, but it may have been I know his name. I know his name. I just don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily remember. It's Smirsh Madden. There it is. Nailed it. Nailed it. So a number of people did give gift subs. So you definitely benefited from that as well, which is always a wonderful, generous thing that you can do. If you do want to support the channel, one of the best ways you can do it is by either giving bits, or you can subscribe, or of course you can gift a sub to someone else in the community. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you have an automatic subscription that you can get for absolutely free. I still get paid for your subscription, but you pay absolutely nothing. Jay Quick has dove in on Professor Wigglytuff and has claimed the 24/7 championship. Professor Wigglytuff, PhD, loses his diamond and his VIP, and instead we go to J Quick 30. Brand new. Let me catch up with the comments for a moment. Yeah, Wiggly says Spain have flopped this time around. They definitely have. They've just not really been there. Disappointed by Denmark, but of course Amanda being elsewhere and can be forgiven. Definitely agree. There's been a lot going on. It's a shame for them, but situation is what situation is. Wiggly says Wales getting through is essentially being an upset. Agree there. And Corey has gifted another 10 bits. Thank you very much, Corey, for how much you have given. Bailey says, what is best for your account? Bits, subscriptions, etc. Right. So there's a number of different ways to look at it. For you individually, bang for the buck, it is bits. Bits equate to 1 cent. So if you send 10 bits, you'll gifting 10 cents, much as Corey has just done there. Thank you very much, Corey, for that. So bits, you get the most bang for your buck. When it comes to subscriptions, that is beneficial to me personally, because that means it's more reliable income. It's income rather than a tip, it's a bit of an income. So that is beneficial for me because it also means I can unlock new emotes. And if you get enough subscribers, you can unlock subscriber-only shows, where we could potentially do exclusive news for subscribers only. Or we also have the benefit of eventually, if you have enough subscribers, you get a higher percentage from subscribers. So for example, it may go from 50% to Twitch and 50% to me, to 70% to me and 30% to Twitch, which will be a very large increase at that point. So if you want bang for your buck, the best thing you can do is give bits, but it's beneficial for me additionally long-term to have subscriptions. It's also possible, of course, if you are a subscriber, which I believe you are, which you are not at the moment, you could gift a sub, and that's very good for someone else in the community. Really helps foster that community spirit. So yeah, that's a bit for everyone. Answering your question, Bailey, but an answer really for everyone. Michael says, anyone else having any issues streaming on Peacock? Jay Quick very quickly responds, everyone has problems on Peacock. Peacock sounds like an absolute train wreck. Genuinely sounds like a train wreck. Awful, truly awful. Wiggly, you did. Thank you for reminding me. You did. My activity feed vanished briefly. So you get the 24/7 championship back. Jay Quick immediately loses it. No time at all as VIP. And right back to it, VIP, Professor Wigglytuff. That quick roll-up, gaining precedence all over again. Professor Wigglytuff, PhD. One more VIP. I do implore you as viewers to redeem channel points as much as you can. The beauty of that, spending more channel points is a way that you can, for absolutely free, you can help the channel to grow, because using channel points shows an active community. Chatting along shows an active community. What that means is people will come in because Twitch advertises us more. You will also get Twitch advertising us if we're spending a lot of bits. And of course, if we get a hype train, guarantee we get a massive boost to people coming in for a hype train. We've got another 10 bits that have come in from Corey. Corey, you're spending so much today. Thank you very much for your constant generosity. I very much appreciate it. Jay Quick did redeem a 24/7 championship win, but Wiggly already all over that. This is a constant back and forth that you guys have got going. Quite the war be brewing, and I'm really enjoying it, guys. Thank you very much. Missed that. Jay Quick says, I have a headache after hearing that Bailey laugh. You and me both, mate. You and me both. It's a difficult one. Corey with another 10 bits. Thank you very much. Wiggly says, I got in there very quickly, and you've proven that with everything that has happened since. Michael says, it took about 10 minutes, but it finally loaded. Glad it finally got there. Glad it eventually got there, you know? I still have the network, so I'm fine. I feel very, very lucky. Corey has been cheering on behalf of both himself and Toxic, saying we love the work that you do every day on the YouTube and the streams. Thank you, Corey. I am trying to do as much as possible to essentially try and get as close to making a living from this as possible. But I'm going to be very open about something. Today has been an awful day. I am usually very reserved in my private life, but I'm just going to be very open here. Because of the nature of the internet and the work that I do, I am someone who has had death threats from other wrestling journalists, for example. I tend to keep my private life separate. I don't want to accidentally expose people who might otherwise not want to be exposed. So I'm not open about the fact that for the last 9.5 years, I've been in a relationship, a very serious long-term relationship. This morning that ended. In addition to that, it's Father's Day. I don't really have one. He's a piece of shit. So today was not a good day. With everything that we've talked about, my job and the like, I'm just going to be really open about this, guys. When I first started this stream today, half an hour ago, I was in the middle of a bit of a panic attack. I'm going to be streaming more because I need it. I need to distract myself. So I hope you guys will jump into streams and help keep me distracted. We had a lovely 2-hour stream earlier today, constantly having someone to talk to and so on and so forth. It was a really mutual thing. If I was sat on the outside, I'd say that all makes perfect sense. No blame on the partner in question, no blame whatsoever. We grew apart. We evolved into different people. We gave it a hell of a go, but it didn't work. Sorry, guys. So I just wanted to be completely open and completely transparent and say right now, in my current situation, I am afraid. I am afraid. So it's wonderful to see you guys here being so elevating, so reassuring, so generous. I'm really grateful that you're all here for me today. Really very grateful. The notes that I have here is something I've been telling myself all day and will continue to do so. Come on, load. This is not the worst day of your life. Keep telling myself that one. And I should, because it's not the worst day of my life. Finally, you have survived worse than this. I have survived worse than this. I'm always open about my own mental health struggles. I suffer with panic attacks. I have OCD. And a brief trigger warning, I previously attempted suicide. So it's great for me knowing that you guys can be so supportive. A lot of people have reached out today and you've all been fantastic. Huge thank you. And now I'm going to follow this up with a What Does The Rock Say? Which can just get something in front of my face. Just get something in front of my face. What does The Rock say about Father's Day and Roman choosing not to work on this Father's Day? You know, The Rock is the greatest man in sports entertainment, but he's not just in sports entertainment. The Rock is the most electrifying man in his own home. He's the most electrifying man to ever be a father. The Rock respects the good dads. And Roman Reigns, finding a way to take the day off. Real recognizes real. Roman Reigns, the most electrifying dad in his house, not the most electrifying dad in his family. Not until The Rock comes back and kicks his candy ass all across Manhattan. It gave me a moment to. You'll get it. You're all very good people. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, Wiggly, I have a video on my YouTube just saying where I've been. Essentially, in September, I lost my job and then started receiving death threats from journalists. There's a lot more to it than that. But yeah, they had my personal phone number. There were only 2 people who had my personal phone number. Both wrestling journalists, both of whom I'd been working with. It is what it is, Michael. I wanted to be open and transparent. You know, I don't want anyone feeling alone at times like this. So I just wanted to be open and transparent about it. Get it out of the way. If I end up being low energy, and to be, if I burst into tears on this stream, that's why. That's why. Anyway, Toxic Predator also says, sorry to hear that. Wiggly says, if you ever want to chat, just DM me. Thank you, man. I will do so. I appreciate that. It's very nice having a little Discord community that I know I can go to and say, guys, I'm really struggling right now. I'm really struggling. Ed says, if you need no voice, let me know. Thank you very much, Ed. I think I'm going to go this one alone. I do feel that when we are hosting the NXT ones, I really enjoy the podcast format. but I do feel we've got quite an active chat, and I want to try and keep up with them as best we can. And we are very conversational in a good way. I do feel we should have our own show. But yeah, that's a good shout. What you've just said there. I'll actually get to this now. Then it says, Tom, if you need a quick break, let me know. I'm at my PC almost all night. That's. I'm very grateful for that, because it could just be like a quick tag in. People have seen you host before, and I think that's a good idea. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much for that. Corey has cheered another 15 bits. Thank you very much, Corey. Appreciate that. Wiggly says, relationships suck when they end, but as you say, sometimes people grow apart, and I know it might sound daft saying this, but at least that happened now, and not after say you were married or had kids. Yeah, very true. Very true. Very true. It was we had a great time and a great run. It's been a hell of a 10 years. I'm not going to click on those, Wiggly, but I appreciate what you're saying. I understand what you're saying as well. And thank you. He says, is that the reason Reigns gave for not working today? He didn't give a reason, he just didn't go for it. Corey, very nice, says you're an awesome host, Ed Fries 2002, and indeed you are. Paros EU, welcome to the show, says, hey dude, just seen your TikTok. Hope all is good. Yeah, I've had a bad day, mate. I've had a really bad day. I've just gone into detail here. I'm not going to go into detail too many times, but basically, yeah, after 9.5 years, a relationship came to an end. And it's been difficult. Thank you for dropping in and checking in as well. I did put something on TikTok. I only tagged my own name in it, so I'd imagine not many people saw it, but it was there. Sorry, guys, I brought the tone down a little bit. Bit of real talk. I apologize there. Oh, bloody hell. Firstly, 15 bits from Corey MLB, but also a subscription from Get the Tables. Welcome, Get the Tables. I thought you'd be hosting a watch along of your own tonight. I was going to be passing over to you guys at the end of the show. Thank you very much for your generosity for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And welcome to the show. If you've got anything on the horizon yourself that you'd like to plug, you are more than welcome to do so. If you have any links that you'd like to share, please direct them to Ed Fries. He is our moderator, and he oversees the links because Nightbot gets a bit finicky about it. Bailey says, are we sure Reigns might not appear in non-match capacity? Very possible. It's possible, of course, that they've pre-recorded something for him. Very, very possible that they've pre-recorded something. But it's one of those. I think Roman Reigns will feature in some capacity, but probably just in a recap of some sort. Bailey says, do you think wrestling would work if it had an end-of-season break like sports do? I think it would, but it's not necessarily the right move. I think the cyclical nature of wrestling will always continue. They just need to have season breaks for people, for me. Get the Table says, no problem, love your work. I'll be live tonight, but I want to stop by and show some support. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will continue to channel some raids and the like. We do that whenever we do a watch party. We look at who we can send a raid to. So certainly we will remember your generosity when it comes to that. And we can hopefully try and direct some traffic your way and help your growth as well. Pyro says, don't really know you, dude, what your stream is about, but these sorts of things are never nice. Take care of yourself and speak to someone if you need to. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, the stream, it's mostly wrestling. We do some gaming stuff, but the stream's keeping me sane at the moment. The stream is keeping me sane. It's giving me purpose and a bit of focus. I'm not going to lie. My disappointment sort of manifests sometimes in verbally abusing myself. I've had to remind myself that I'm not pointless. I need to get to a doctor and get antidepressants. I've been very open about this. But I think I've been holding it together better than normally. But I'm very transparent about this. In my current situation, I'm a little bit afraid. We are where we are. Thank you for dipping in and checking on me. I really do appreciate that. That's good stuff, man. Thank you. Wig says lifestyle as a wrestler is actually really hard, and the pay isn't as glamorous as other sports, or even say top-end professional career in say law, finance, and medicine, unless you're truly one of the top draw stars and a big crossover star. True, but to be fair, if I was a wrestler and I was in WWE, I'm making a lot of money. I'm making a lot of money, even just by being in WWE. Corey says, I have a surprise probably for you next week or on your birthday. Oh, great, man. Thank you. Thank you. Also, another 10 bits. Corey, your generosity is incredible today. I do, at the moment, have to make a brief change. We've had a theme change from Ed Fries. He wants the theme to be changed to Christmas. So I need to make a quick change. When we do, for anyone who's new to the channel, we have theme change options in the channel point options. And I will make a change based on that. We have the pirate option where I put on a pirate hat. We have fancy pants where it's a tie and a fancy dinner jacket. We also have a Christmas option. So let's go festive, shall we? Let's go festive. Let's try and lighten the mood. And let's throw on a Christmas jumper. An ugly Christmas jumper. This is my ugliest of choices. It is fantastically terrible. Merry Christmas, everyone. If you're watching on YouTube and have no idea what's going on with this, firstly, please remember to click like if you're watching on YouTube. That helps us grow. But secondly, this is some of the weird crap that we get up to over on Twitch. And my word, do we get up to some weird crap over on Twitch. Christmas in June, indeed, Michael. Get the Table says, with Reigns not on the card tonight, do you expect something huge happening tonight? Honestly, I don't. I think this is the send-off for the Thunderdome. The WWE are planning to retire the Thunderdome after this. My expectation, or sort of my hope, is that we will see a Hell in a Cell match in the main event so destructive that the Thunderdome itself never quite recovers. That's my hope. That's my hope. He says, look, at the Calm Zone website, I've often called their helpline when I struggle. I've never called a helpline. I rarely reach out. I'm why I'm being so transparent here. That's the best way to say it. Barrow says, wrestling is hype. Used to love WrestleMania when I was younger. Great to see a channel dedicated to it. Yeah, we do watch-alongs of Raw and SmackDown. We do some occasional NXT watch-alongs with Ed Fries, who is a moderator here. We do a wrestling news show with, I want to show this off, a wrestling news show. I've got to re-upload it, called Spoiler Warning. Chat regular Oliver Gom has just made a graphic for this. So I do kind of want to show it off a little bit because I'm really impressed by it. Spoiler warning. So that's going to be all over our Twitter soon to advertise this show. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Pyros. Really do appreciate that. If the wrestling stuff isn't necessarily for you, we do Football Manager on Tuesdays. We do Final Fantasy VII at the moment on Thursdays. We're near the end of that. There'll be a new game soon. And on Sundays, we occasionally do lazy streams. We've done Streets of Rage 4. We've done Devil May Cry 5. We did BioShock earlier today. So you may find something for you here as well. And then, yeah, I'll continue to share stuff on TikTok as to how I'm doing. But at the moment, still chugging along. Still chugging along. Let's catch up on the chat, shall we? Also, the Samaritans. Wiggly says, I used to use Childline when I was younger. At the moment, I'm okay. I went to see some family. Did the rounds, as it were. Michael says, Christmas in June. Indeed, Christmas in June. Guys, it's only 2.5 weeks to my birthday. We're planning a bit of a birthday party here on the stream. It is July 7th, which is a Wednesday. 2 Wednesdays from now. Please remember that date. I'm trying to work out something interesting we can do for it. But even just that, it might be indeed be fun. Because I'm kind of going to miss the Thunderdome. I kind of am, but mostly I'm not. I'm just very excited to see fans again. Give it a try, RE Helplines. At the moment, I'm okay, but like, it's one of those. If it happens, it's already way over. Barra says, sweet, sounds good, dude. Can't stick around for now, but we'll hopefully catch you later. Fair enough, Matt. Hope you have a great night and a great weekend has been had. Hope you have a great week ahead. Thank you very much for dropping in. Corey is over on YouTube saying, what's up, guys, on YouTube? Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. This man is awesome. Thank you, Corey, for going over to YouTube, I'm guessing, to click like yourself. We're currently sat on 5 likes over on YouTube. We have quite a few people watching. Ooh. The main reason I'm doing dual streams at the moment, one of the main reasons, is because one of the routes to monetization, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. So people need to have watched your channel for 4,000 hours in total in a 12-month period. I'm currently at 1,100, so nowhere near 4,000. Nowhere near. But I do run out of my StreamYard subscription, which is what allows me to dual stream on both. That will run out in September, and I cannot afford to renew it. So I'm getting as much done as I can right now. It says 34/7th. The 7th is Great American Bash. The 7th, mate. July 7th. 7788 is my date of birth. 7788. That's on a Wednesday. So if Wednesday is Great American Bash, maybe we can do that for it. Maybe we can work something out. We are halfway through our kickoff show for Hell in a Cell 2021. I apologize for the fact that I've not really been that focused on it. Not really been that focused. But this show must go on. And the show is continuing. We are currently sat at 209 followers here on Twitch. 209 followers. And we are currently building towards 250. Now, when we get to 250, let me find my graphic. Where the hell is my graphic? Have I saved it in the wrong place? I full-on saved it in the wrong place. I don't even know where it might be. Let me find my graphic. Save image from the Discord. Oh, it's in downloads. Why is it in downloads? Hello, you. Just want to upload this graphic for you guys to check out. Again, Oliver Gomez made this today and it's on our Discord. TLOU. It's not there again. Go all files. See if it pops up there. Right, okay. It's saved as a wrong format. That's what's happened. Right, what's it saving as? .jpeg, I don't. What's the issue? Oh, I need to leave the .jpeg in. Okay. So let's try again. I just want to show a graphic. It shouldn't be that hard. TLOU. Still not there. What is going on? That's infuriating. Oh, well, if anyone doesn't know, the graphic is there on the Discord. I don't know what to do. Oh, there's an open original option. Let's see how that goes. Let's catch up with the chat while that's loading. Bailey said the network kickoff show has been a waste of time thus far. This is more interactive, frankly. That's my hope. The beauty of a chat like this is we can engage, we can talk about our predictions. You guys can give me your predictions. I'm very interested in comparing predictions and seeing if any of us can get a 100% record. So if you have predictions for Hell in a Cell, please do drop them in the chat. But I try and be as engaged as possible, as transparent as possible, so that we can all just have a good chinwag about it. Corey says, I'm going to give you a shout out on Twitter. You will hit it soon, I promise. Thank you, Corey. Really do appreciate that. If anyone is happy to give us a shout out on Twitter, try and direct some traffic here, I'd be very grateful. If you know anyone who would enjoy this sort of show, by all means, tag them and shout them out. I would very much appreciate that as we grow here. Michael says, unless there's a match, the pre-show isn't usually even worth watching. There is a match. We have Natalia versus Mandy Rose planned, and that will be coming up soon. Raju says, no rematch on the kickoff, Tom. No rematch at all. There are 3 rematches on the main card from WrestleMania, but no rematches on the kickoff show. And that's a very, very good thing that I'm grateful of. Okay, there it is. Save image as. This needs to just work. This needs to just work at this point. It's doing a lot of messing around at the moment, it seems. Yeah, my plan is to stream more. When I stream games, the main reason I'm streaming games is so that I actively have something to do, because the chat isn't that active when I'm streaming games. When it comes to wrestling, I don't really need that because we have a very active chat. We're asking questions, and eventually I stop when we run out of questions coming in. But yeah, I've got the graphic loaded now. When we hit 250 followers, we will be playing the game The Last of Us in a single sitting. One game, one sitting, to completion and some tears, probably. The 250 follower blowout. So if you're interested in that, in seeing me have a full-scale meltdown, that will be the place to do it. If you are a fan of the gaming stuff, I do have a clip that I can show you from Bloodborne way back when. Let's see. I can't remember this particular clip. I just see it there. So let's see what this is. Welcome to the Moonside Lake, and welcome to Rom the Vacuous Spider. This is not going to be an easy section, but here we go. Hey Rom, here to kill you, so you know. And then there are spiders, which are very strong, and no, I'm dead. Good start, great start. I remember now. That's some of the joy you can look forward to in our gaming streams. I die in a number of magnificently painful ways. Magnificently painful ways indeed. So that's some of the stuff you can check out if we're doing gaming. We also have Final Fantasy stuff. I've got a highlight reel of that I can show you guys, but it's like 6 minutes long, and I don't think now's really the time for it. But it's certainly something that I can show off at some point. Let's catch up with the chat. Megan is here. Megan says, as I arrive and there are spiders, bad timing on my part. Sorry, Megan. Yeah, I was just showing a clip from our Bloodborne gaming streams of me getting absolutely demolished. I've been showing off a little bit of the graphics that we have done recently. I'll be showing them off a little bit more as we keep going as well. But we have a graphic for spoiler warning now that you may quite enjoy. We are here at the moment for a WWE Hell in a Cell watch party. We are 20 minutes away from the show starting proper, 20 minutes left of the pre-show, and it looks like we are about to get our first match. The match will be Natalya versus Mandy Rose. Michael says, when was the match booked? Was it on Raw? I don't remember that one being announced. To my knowledge, it was announced via the WWE Twitter feed. It was not announced on Raw, and it was announced today, not long ago at all. And Noob says, good evening, Mr. Colhue. Good evening, Noob. Very glad that you can join us. Very glad to see you. And let me know what predictions you guys have for the show as well. Wiggly asked the question, is Hikaru Shida a part-timer with AEW? She hardly wrestles on Dynamite. I think she's as much a part-timer as the rest of the women's division are part-timers, in that none of them are. They just don't really have many storylines for them at the moment. They only seem to have championship storylines right now. But to be fair, WWE aren't exactly free of blame on that field as well. Not exactly free of that field. If you are currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to click the like button. That does help us grow. Every like goes a long way to helping that show and helping us grow as well. If you are a YouTube follower and a YouTube subscriber, you will know that I post a new video every single day on the YouTube channel. That mostly comes from our spoiler warning show, which gives me an excuse to show our graphic again for spoiler warning. Most of the videos come direct from spoiler warning, so you can watch it live on Twitch or in the days that follow on YouTube. My video today, 6.5 hours ago, was a WWE SummerSlam 2021 updated match card predictions. The views are pretty damn good. It's about 40% more than the nearest competitor. The click-through rate, which essentially means The amount of times a video is advertised, this is a percentage that people actually click on it, 8.3%, which is fantastic. And today we reached 576 subscribers. That is an incredible addition of 24 in the last 28 days. So if you have not subscribed on YouTube, please do remember to do so as well. Megan says the Natty Mandy match was announced on Twitter about an hour ago, from what I can tell. Yeah, I knew it was recent. I just didn't know how recent. To be fair, I've been streaming for about an hour. Just realized I've been streaming for about an hour. I do feel that the women were available and they were just deciding who to throw together or whether to actually have the match for the tag team championships tonight. And B-School Nick says, don't worry, Tom. We are friends here and have your back. Thank you, Nick. I know I've said a lot there, a lot of very personal stuff. Usually I don't like to share too much of my private life, but yes, a 9.5-year relationship ended this morning. I don't really publicize my relationships. I feel that may put my partners in the firing line, and I don't want to put my partners in the firing line. So what I do is I keep them to myself. But yeah, 9.5 years I was with the same person. As of this morning, I am not anymore. Just like to be transparent, let people know that that's happened, in case my mood is not the greatest. I'm sat here in a Christmas jumper. Thank you, Ed, for that one. But my mood may be a little volatile. And I apologize for that. Ooh, so we have wrestling, guys. There is wrestling content going on. Natalya takes on Mandy Rose, and this is a match that will sell potential viewers on Hell in a Cell. They want people to sign up to Hell in a Cell purely based on this. So they've got to deliver something good. Natalya is the reliable veteran of the WWE Women's Division. She's increased her athleticism from where I'm sitting. Natalya was always a power game person. Mandy Rose, we know, can be good. Will she be good? That's the question. Tomorrow's YouTube video, by the way, will be about Sonya Deville training to return to in-ring action. So keep an eye on that. If you do not watch, spoiler warning, you still get all the videos live on YouTube. Michael said they should have had a women's tag title match. I think they're saving it, but I don't know what for. I can't imagine too many of these women are going to be available come Money in the Bank, particularly on the SmackDown side. If they do 4 women from SmackDown, that's basically everyone. They've only got 7, so that's basically everyone. So I don't think they can have a women's tag match at Money in the Bank. So when's it going to be? Don't know. Genuinely don't know. That was a really bad drop down. Mandy Rose didn't read it at all. Wrestling moderately smooth outside of that, though. Good roll. Natty is showing off additional athleticism. Very enjoyable to see. Strong cover, didn't quite get the job done. It does look like they're trying to build towards a face versus face situation here. I like that Natalya and Tamina are keeping the belts on the edge of the ring. Just reminding you why they're there. There's a... Oh, careful, Natalya. Nearly pulled her pants down there. There is a filmmaking technique. You can see it in Lord of the Rings. Helm's Deep is probably one of the most famous examples, where every 3 or 4 shots, they go back to showing you what you're fighting for. So for Helm's Deep, they would show you the people in the tunnels. There's a film called Winter's Bone, a Jennifer Lawrence film, where she's an older sister protecting her younger siblings. And every couple of shots, they go back to the younger siblings just being kids, playing on trampolines and having fun. It stands out. And I think going to a championship every now and again can be a positive, as long as they don't do the WWE thing and just do it constantly. That gets to be a bit too much. Bailey says, do you ever see WWE going to enhancement talent to fill matches? Not for pay-per-views, no. Maybe for Raw, SmackDown, but I think the enhancement talent they use, they've got enough people. SmackDown, for example, outside of Dolph Ziggler, Robert Roode, and Sasha Banks, they basically use everyone every night. They basically use everyone every single night on SmackDown. So that's pretty good. They may need to do double duty, but they don't do enhancement talent matches. Like, for example, we had the Usos versus the Mysterios twice. And there was a reason for that. They just didn't have enough people. So they were filling it as best they could. Bruiserweight Alfie is here. Welcome, mate. It's been a little while. Hope you're well. Says, sorry not watching tonight due to exams. Fair enough, mate. I am ripping paper again, by the way. Quick question, McIntyre or Lashley? I believe Lashley will be retaining the WWE Championship tonight. Alfie, what do you reckon? And Megan says, if they don't want champions to pull double duty and if Sonya isn't wrestling, SmackDown only has 5 women available for Money in the Bank. Raw has 11. That's if the women's titles aren't defended, obviously. Yeah. I would imagine Natalya and Tamina will both be in the Money in the... Pardon me. Will both be in the Money in the Bank ladder match. My stomach isn't the strongest right now because of the bad news. I'm a bit queasy. This has been a good match so far, to be fair. Quite a bit of power going on, and I like that. Bit of a rough landing, that. Bit of a rough landing. Alfie says, think Lashley, want McIntyre. I respect that. I totally respect that. Lance702 is here as well, saying, I am moderately sports entertained. Yeah, it's been a good match. It's not been a great match. It's not been a world beater. But for a kickoff show match, I've enjoyed it. It's gone longer than I expected as well. Mandy Rose went octopus. That's a new one. I like it. Dana Brooke just got a lot of camera focus, which suggests to me there may be a distraction finish coming. Natalya reverses the octopus into another standing octopus. I'm confident that we're going to get good action tonight. Where I'm not confident is that we're going to get much storyline advancement. I think really this should be the end of most storylines. I don't want to see more McIntyre Lashley. I don't want to see it. Jada is here and says, and the Slammy Award for Wrestling Gear 2021, Mandy Rose. To be fair, the gear that she's got actually covers a lot more than a lot of wrestlers. It'll hold in place because of all the everything behind, holding it together. I think it's good gear. It certainly fits the aesthetic she goes for. It says Natalya always entertains me. Natalya's a very, very good wrestler. Does not get anywhere near the credit she deserves, and I will stand by that until the end of time. She's one of the best I've got, and she has been for a very long time. And Bailey says, I think the Alexa Shayna match could be cringeworthy. It could be. I agree with you there. I think there is potential for that particular match to be absolutely terrible. I think there's potential that we could be looking at utter garbage in that match. But we'll have to wait and see. There is a somewhat dark part of me that's genuinely interested in what might happen. I do want to say a huge thank you, by the way, to everyone who has shared my tweet about going live. Just want to say a big thanks to everyone who's done that. A lot of people have shared, and I'm going to start retweeting. Michael, you go first. I will send you a retweet. And that helps advertise the show while also saying a thank you to you as well. I am hoping, because I'm on StreamYard, Twitter is not slowing down the stream as much as it normally would. So I'm hoping that I'm able to get over to the Twitter side every now and then, retweet one of your tweets promoting the show. And that gives you the retweet and also helps advertise the show further by reminding people that it's happening. I also have the option of going live on Twitter. I can do that pretty much at any time. I'll probably do that for the main event and probably for the opening match as well. And just do those 2 matches, at which point I'll just very much advertise what I'm doing here because the numbers will go up of people viewing. And if we can convert those viewers to YouTube and to Twitch, that'll only be a good thing. That'll only be a good thing. Michael says, Alexa's character is just not the same without Bray. I agree, but she's been without Bray for most of it. She was essentially without Bray for all of the last 7 months, apart from 3 weeks. Owen says, have to sleep before work. Enjoy the show, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Owen, and I hope work goes well. Hope work goes well, mate. Thank you for dropping in. Always appreciate seeing so many familiar faces It really does make a big difference to me and just my general feel and enjoyment of these shows. The more engagement we get, the more I have to work from. You guys are essentially feeding this show, and it's really helping me grow. So a huge thank you to everyone. The match is still going, and it's still very good. Going for the arm bar. 100% the fact that she's just gone for an arm, Natalya has just gone for an arm bar, means that the dirt sheets are going to be reporting that Ronda Rousey is coming back soon. Promise you. Promise you. Mandy's selling the arm. Goes into a double leg with a bridge. They're going back into a lot of technical wrestling. Usually that's for early in wrestling matches. Natalya, though, has managed to take her down. He's going for a sharpshooter, drops her leg. Gets it round and across. It's not quite the middle of the ring. Mandy taps out very quickly. Very quickly from Mandy Rose. Solid match. Enjoyed that. Very much enjoyed that. That helps really say or cement the tag team champions, because we haven't seen the women's tag team champions in a while. At least not in ring, because there are no tag teams to work against. So they did what they could. But what we did get to see there is more than 2 minutes of wrestling from the tag division. And even though it was one-on-one, it did help, because the challengers have just been dealt a pretty firm blow, a pretty telling blow, a clean victory as well. Mandy Rose continued to sell on the outside. Michael also says, not a bad match at all. I'm very happy with what they did there. Very much enjoyed it. Natalya and Tamina gloat in the ring, holding their championships above their heads. Natalya will always give you a good match if she is given the time to do so. She will always give you a good match if given the time to do so. It says, my God, you're nearly 2 minutes ahead. Oh, I apologize if I'm saying any spoilers here. One of the beauties of these shows is because we're all watching at the same time, I don't really have to worry about calling the action, because the action's there. Like we can watch along with it. It's not really a problem. Yeesh. Jay Quick says the WWE chat on Twitch was toxic. Yeah, it usually is. The more mainstream you go, the more toxic you go. Which sucks, but it is what it is. I hope you managed to find at least some entertainment over there. And Jadeb says, missed most of the match, but what I saw was quite good. It was a good match. I enjoyed it. Sometimes that's all you need. Just to be good. You don't have to be a world beater. You just have to show that you can go when given the opportunity to do so. They were given the opportunity. They showed that they can go. They are running down the card before we get what will be our last hype package. It will, of course, be the Roman Reigns, Bobby Lashley, not Roman Reigns, that's a different thing entirely, be the Drew McIntyre, Bobby Lashley hype package. Gotcha. Jay Quick said I mostly went there to watch the match. I respect that. It'll be considerably ahead of Peacock after all, and you'll actually get it live. I respect that. Completely respect that. We are currently over on YouTube at 9 likes on the video. If anyone does have YouTube and would like to watch there, even if it's just opening a window and muting it, I would very much appreciate that. That gives me watch hours. And of course, every like can potentially help us grow. We've had a very, very good day on YouTube. We're up to 576 subscribers. And also, I got a retweet from PW Torch advertising my YouTube, which was incredible. Absolutely incredible. I know I work there, but sometimes I forget the drawing power there. Jay Quick says, Vince has to hate that Peacock is still bad. And it is. Peacock has not delivered to anywhere near the level they need. The WWE Network is still very much what they're after. And if Peacock are losing viewerships, which potentially they are, to what's the name? The security thing. The private networks. Can't remember what they're called, but you all know what I mean. If they are losing viewers to that, that's not good at all. Jake is over on YouTube, says, is there any title change tonight? What do you think does? Personally, Jake, I don't expect a single title change tonight. I think every champion retains, and I think Alexa Bliss, Kevin Owens, and Seth Rollins pick up the wins. So this will be, outside of the women's championship matches, I think this will be a very heel-heavy show. Heel-heavy victories. But to be fair, 4 heels, 2 faces. Heel-heavy is a debatable situation because it's 2/3 to 1/3. And Bailey says, regards Peacock, Vince got his money. He did indeed. Jake, I don't know if you are new to the YouTube, but you are, of course, welcome to subscribe. And please do remember to click like on YouTube as well. BM says, yo, hello, BM. Welcome. Guessing you guys heard me and went across because that is a very nice boost to our likes. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. Fonzie X. It's interesting learning some of the names you guys go by, I tell you that. Fonzie X goes, hey. Love it. Love it. And Ed says, it figures Peacock sucks and Vince is pissed, while ratings on USA are terrible and USA isn't excited. A lot of people seem to be very unhappy with the WWE at the minute. A lot of people seem to be very unhappy. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. They certainly got a lot of money for the Peacock deal, and Peacock has let them down. Peacock has very much let them down. Oh, God. Jacob says, people in the WWE Twitch chat said that Natty and Mandy set wrestling back 30 years. What absolute bullshit. What absolute bullshit that is. I'll just leave Ed's comment there to see what they make of it in that regard. Brahma Mahanti says, keep it real. Welcome, Brahma Mahanti. Welcome to the show. Welcome, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube at the moment, we've just had quite the influx. I wonder why. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Bloody hell. So I just refreshed and we've gone up to 581 subscribers. Thank you, everyone, for your subscriptions. We do videos every single day on YouTube. We do quite a lot of news videos. Looking ahead to WWE SummerSlam, our latest video is our updated match card predictions. And we continue to grow pretty quickly on there. So thank you very much, everyone who's jumped on YouTube at the moment, who has clicked like on the video and has chosen to subscribe as well. We will get you plenty of content. I promise you that. Jay Quick says, I like all wrestling. And Ed is both joking, and we know you're kidding. Yes, do keep it real. We will be keeping it real as much as possible. Brahma Mahanti. Let me know if I mispronounced that as well. Jay Quick says, can we get rid of Lawler? There's a reason they don't feature him all that much. There's very much a reason. And Corey says they are lowering the cell. They are lowering the cell, Corey. According to PW Insider, the opening match will be Bianca Belair versus Bayley in the cell. The main event will be Bobby Lashley versus Drew McIntyre in the cell. PW Insider reported that earlier on today. Jake says, I can't stand wrestling Twitter. I get that. I completely get that. Yeah, wrestling Twitter has been a cesspool for a very long time. Brahma Mahanti. Oh, that's right. Fantastic. Fantastic. I do like to make sure I pronounce names correct. But yeah, wrestling Twitter has been horrible for a long, long time. A long, long time. So, Jake, I completely agree with you. Jake said, I say they give Bayley and Bianca like 20 minutes. I'd imagine 20, maybe 25. They can produce in a 20-minute match. They absolutely can. And, of course, with the cell, there'll probably be quite a bit of selling. And Bailey says, does WWE keep Lawler so he doesn't reunite with Jim Ross on AEW? I don't think so. I think they really like Jerry Lawler. I think they very much like having him. I think they'd be happy for him to go to AEW because controversy sort of follows him around. Controversy sort of follows him around. For anyone who is new to the streams, welcome. I am Tom Colhue. I'm your host here. We are live on both YouTube and indeed on Twitch as well. If you haven't followed on Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/Tom Colhue and follow there. We currently have 209 followers. And when we reach 250 followers, we will be playing the entirety of the game, click, The Last of Us in one sitting. It is a 15 to 18 hour game. I will definitely cry multiple times during it, and that's one of the things we will be doing. Also on Twitch, on Mondays and Fridays, 10 p.m. UK time, that is 5 p.m. EST, we host Spoiler Warning, which is our news show. Lots of backstage info there as well that you guys may want to check out. However, Spoiler Warning is also broken down into daily videos on YouTube that you can all check out. I have a huge backlog of bite-sized videos that hopefully you guys will enjoy. Let's catch up with the comments. James Murphy, welcome, says, bigging up the Irish contingent, Sheamus and Finn and Finlay and Becky, also an Irishman myself, Colahue, it's a Belfast name. Yeah, Sheamus not wrestling this pay-per-view is unfortunate. It is due to his injury. So they essentially, because he's not quite recovered in time, he's been pulled from the show. It would have been a triple threat with him, Ricochet, and Humberto Carrillo. It would have been a good moment for Ricochet and Humberto Carrillo to get them back on, but we are where we are. Oh, and Hornswoggle too. Hornswoggle indeed. Swoggle represent. Jay Quick says Jim Ross is doing much better with his... isn't doing much better with his commentary. Yeah, it's not the same. It's just not the same experience. And it can be upsetting in that regard. It can be upsetting. If you're watching on YouTube, please remember to click like as well. And consider, if you haven't already, popping over to http twitch.tv/Tom Colahue, link in the chat right now. What I'm going to do as we're opening this matchup is I'm going to add one of the sections to stream to. I'm going to add Twitter. So we're going to go onto Periscope with the watch party for at least the cell matches. This usually brings us a nice influx of people. There's one person who's really into Pokemon and wrestling. Also football. You may enjoy them and their work. And Jacob says, I like the red cell. The red cell's growing on me. So we have now gone live on Periscope, which is Twitter's inbuilt system. That gives me a little update to drive traffic there by sending a link right there on Twitter. Guys, if you're watching on Periscope, firstly, welcome. By all means, shout out and let me know you're watching. If you're watching on Periscope, we are going to host both cell matches only on Periscope. That is Bianca Belair versus Bayley, which is our first match tonight, and Drew McIntyre versus Bobby Lashley, which is our main event tonight. If you'd like to watch the entire show, you can pop over to YouTube or you can pop over to twitch.tv/Tom Colahue to watch the full show. Also, if you head over there, there's a few things you can look forward to. We have a show called Spoiler Warning, where we do a lot of backstage news and talk a lot about the current WWE situation. That is then broken down into videos for YouTube. So you can either watch them on catch up on YouTube or you can watch them live on Twitch. You can ask questions and I will answer them as best I can. Also, we currently have 209 followers on Twitch. Once we reach 250, we'll be playing the game The Last of Us, the whole game in one sitting, which will take 15 to 18 hours. That's going to be an experience and a half. But in the meantime, Hell in a Cell is starting. We will be starting with Bianca Belair versus Bayley. If you're excited about that, shout out and let me know. Who do you think is going to win this match? Because me personally, I have Bianca Belair for this one. Jacob says, and if you're watching on Peacock, sorry, you're behind. Fair enough. Corey says, I want to hear my positions. Do you mean your predictions? I'm not entirely sure what you're meaning there. And Brahma says, not really into football that much. It's like a passing interest. Sure. I totally believe you. Big thanks to everyone who did pop across to YouTube there. We've gone up to 15 likes. And as a result of that spike, we gained 5 subscribers. 5 subscribers, which is absolutely fantastic. So I've got to say a massive thank you to everyone who jumped across and clicked like there, because it did get us a whole load of new people. And that growth makes a big difference. Michael has Bianca Belair winning this match. J-Dub also has Bianca Belair winning the match. Lance702 says, Bianca Belair. Sasha is badly missed, though. The reign so far has been dreadful. I wouldn't say dreadful personally. I would say it hasn't been good. But I'm confident Sasha Banks will be taking on Bianca Belair in a rematch at SummerSlam. And I'm very, very confident that what we're going to see is Sasha Banks regaining the WWE SmackDown Women's Championship. Brown Mahanti suddenly a lot happened. Brown Mahanti says not really keen on the Premier League or Champions League either. Not keen on teams like Man City, for example. Really? That's telling. Interesting. What have you got against Man City? Tell me more. Corey's hyped up, saying here we go, and indeed here we do. Megan, our stat queen, brings us information on the regs. So the longest women's Hell in a Cell match is Sasha versus Bayley from last year at 26:35. Question, will this go as long or not? Personally, I think this will go shorter. Ed, are you able to do a poll on whether we think this match will go longer or shorter? If not, I can do it. But if you're on the PC, then I would love it if you were able to do that and we get some polls going for these matches before they start. Brahma says, I want Bayley to win. Corey says Bianca, a lot of Bianca. Wiggly says, I miss Hugger Bayley. I think the new character for Bayley has been extremely good, personally. Has been extremely good. So I'd like that to keep up. I think eventually we may see her return to her roots, as it were, but I think she needed this character change. Michael says Bianca hasn't had that many matches in her reign. Yeah, so far it's just been, I think it's just been the other match against Bayley, really, which is a shame. J-Dub believes that this match will not go as long. Ed is already preparing the poll, guys. So once that comes through, you can win channel points with the poll. Or we could also do a prediction, but with the predictions, it's like you can vote once. You can vote more than once if you'd like, but it costs you bits to do it. So we'll see about the requirement for it. B-Skull Nick says, do you think they will have Alexa lose since Bray lost most pay-per-views? Absolutely not. I think Alexa Bliss is going to win. Alexa Bliss is a very different thing to The Fiend. Alexa Bliss basically is the one they want to push. She's the one they want to push for it. J-Dub says, I hope they practice this match a bit. Their last meeting was awkward and not a great match. I agree that it wasn't the best. Wasn't the best. But they do have a natural chemistry that I enjoy. They've worked together enough times that it works. But yeah, as Jay Quick says there, can Bayley stop the laugh? I'd like to say we're nearly 10 minutes in so far, and all we've had is the intro and the hype package. This is a really long hype package. I'm wondering if this show is actually going to go 3 hours with the amount of time they're killing here. They're just killing time, basically. Megan, bringing the stats again. 21 minutes and 50 seconds is the shortest women's Hell in a Cell match for the other side. Also the first one. This is also the first one not to have Sasha involved. Sasha, as we know, can go the can go the distance. So that may play into what happens here. Poll and prediction. Interesting. Poll and prediction are both up for who we think will win the match and something on the length of the match as well. I actually can't see it on my screen at the moment. So hopefully it'll run smooth. I'm actually going to make a quick change to be able to see it and go from there. Wiggly says, I predict we might get a Ray versus Roman rematch. I don't believe they're there tonight. I don't believe they're there. So I don't see it personally, but stranger things have happened. Yeah, as Ed says, poll and prediction are both up. So if you'd like to jump in and share your predictions, now is the time to do so. You can win channel points by doing so as well. There we go. I've loaded a backup screen as well, which is always good. If this is your first time visiting a Tom Colohue watch party, please do stick around. you can either follow on YouTube or you can watch on Twitch. So you can watch at twitch.tv/Tom Colahue or at youtube.com/C/Tom Colahue. Basically, it's just a lot of the words Tom Colahue. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, it is at Colahue. That's COLOHUE. And basically, if you search for Colahue anywhere, you will find me. Fair enough, Brahmo. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. Every extra viewer helps on every possible route. So dual watching is a wonderful thing, and I really appreciate anyone who does so. That helps me with my watch hours on YouTube. If I have 5 people watching a 3-hour show on YouTube, that's 15 watch hours. Not to mention all the watch hours I've already got from the video earlier today. The video earlier today did very well, and we had in watch hours 3.2 hours. So that would take us up to more than 18 hours. If you get 11 hours every day, you hit that 4,000 watch hours. So it can make a really big difference, and I'm really appreciative of it. And of course, we know that average viewership on Twitch is the most important thing in the goddamn world. Jay Quick says Roman is probably at home with his kids on Father's Day. I'd imagine so, but there are plenty of fathers who were there in wrestling, so who knows. Ed says poll has ended with 4 out of 7 people thinking this will not be the shortest Hell in a Cell women's match. The shortest Hell in a Cell match, as Megan, our stat queen, gave us, was 21 minutes 50. So if this goes longer than 21 minutes 50, this is our new if this goes less than 21:50, this is our new shortest Hell in a Cell women's match. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the stream timer as per StreamYard in the chat when the bell rings. And we can use that as a reference later on when working out the exact time. Honestly, 4 out of 7 is very close, very equal. A bit nerve-wracking, what can I say? It was Jay Quick. It was indeed when she lost the championship. That's the bell. 127.29. And that'll hopefully help us work it out. Megan also says, I can see it going longer, but not by much. I think this will be a middle of the road in length. When it comes to length, I can see this being middle of the road. If you are watching on Periscope, please do consider switching over to either YouTube or Twitch. You can find us there, and that is just a beneficial long-term for our individual growth, whereas Periscope, not so much. Not so much. Like Eric and Ivar. YouTube and Twitch are cute. Periscope, not so much. But I always get a boost in viewership, so I like to do it. But just I hope to convince some people to swap over, as it were. We are already going to the weapons, which I like. I mean, it's Hell in a Cell. You need to get hardcore. Don't mess around. Just start proper scrapping. I'm expecting Bayley to be the creative influence here, whereas Bianca Belair is likely to be the physicality, the force. Use of force, Luke, etc. It says almost a full minute behind for me from Peacock to stream on bell ringing. Wow. That is a long time. That is a long time. Disappointing. Very disappointing. Lovely little roll up there by Bianca. To be fair, Ed, that's caught up by a minute then, hasn't it? Stranger things have happened. Bayley with the chair. Bianca Belair with the hair. It's chair versus hair. Oh, I'm tweeting that. That's great. That's fantastic. It's a chair versus hair match. Hell in a Cell It was a chair versus hair stipulation. Nailed it. I mean, that's funny, right? I like to make dumb jokes. And basically all of my jokes are dumb, so that works. J-Dub just says, sounds like Peacock sucks. Everything I've heard personally, J-Dub, is that, yeah, Peacock sucks. Proper Bite's the big one. There's no redeeming qualities. Peacock just is awful. Which is a shame. A real shame. But yeah, no one seems to be very happy with the move. No one. Thank you, everyone, for the retweet on the Periscope link as well. I very much appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. And thank you for all of the other retweets as well. I'm going to retweet your tweet now, Corey, advertising both the YouTube and the Twitch. Anyone else who tweets about the show, I will, of course, share your tweet as well over the course of the evening to try and keep reminding people that the show is going, or by giving them something else to look at. So it's not just a case of seeing my name all the time, even if you have got links to my show. There is a lot of people here who only found out about the show via Twitter. I think of Chelsea, for example. Chelsea FC 2024, who found out via Twitter. Oliver Gom, I believe, found out via Twitter and the like. Shmersh Madden. Lovely backflip from Bianca Belair. Absolutely lovely. Good response from Bailey as well. Good sell. Facial expressions make a big difference. Ed says, I mean, it's not super terrible for stuff. Live sucks, yes. But I mean, it's free for me because Comcast, as long as I let it have commercials, so that's nice. Fair enough. I get free Disney Plus as well. It's pretty good. That's from O2. Just gets added to my bill, my phone bill, which I have no issue with. Same way I've got BT Sport via my phone bill, my phone and internet. J-Dub says, I always hated WWE Network in Canada. For example, we can't use the app to watch programming. We can only use a linear channel or the website. Now, after hearing how bad Peacock is, it doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, the network app on phones, it's not very good. It's not very good at all. But thankfully, on PS4, it's fantastic. And that's how I'm doing it right now. Always doing it via PS4. Ed is excited for Loki episode 3. It's coming. It's coming on Wednesday. I've enjoyed episodes 1 and 2 so far. Episode 2 flew. Like for nearly an hour of TV, it felt like it passed by in an instant. Thoroughly enjoyable programming. Bailey's bringing in more weaponry. She's now bringing in the steps. We've already had the chair and the hair. Now it's chair, hair, and stare. Jacob says, the app used to be great. Then one day, a little over a year ago, they did an upgrade, and it hasn't worked for Canadians since. Yeah, the amount of times I've had an update on my laptop or anything like that, and it just breaks everything. Really a pain in the ass. It says, me and a buddy woke up at 3 a.m. EST to watch as soon as it drops. Wow, that is dedication. That's dedication. Means I could watch it first thing in the morning. I was tempted to do like a Loki watch along when it goes live, but like that's 8 a.m. my time. There's no one awake at 8 a.m. my time. Certainly not me. Certainly not me. But maybe that can be part of the birthday festivities. Megan just says Loki, where, gimme. I appreciate that you feel comfortable enough to be thirsty on main, Megan. I respect it. Very much respect it. Bailey has tied Bianca Belair's hair to the bottom rope. This has happened before, not successfully. The knot wasn't good enough, but that's a proper knot. Bailey definitely knows how to sail, tell you that. Definitely knows how to sail. Hair cuffed. Oh, Michael Cole, I got to give you that one. Lovely trip. Bailey proper fell there, and I respect that. She basically dove into the stairs face first, and I've got to show respect for her. Oh, the stairs thrown over the top. Bit of clever camel work there, hiding Bayley's dodge. Just briefly hiding Bayley's dodge. The attacks continue. The match has been physical so far. They're using the cell wisely. We don't need to do that during the break, mate. We're all watching the wrestling, so I'm not particularly worried in that one. Brahma Mahanti says, you always bring the politics. Political question for you to answer in the break, but what did you make of John Burkow joining Labour? I know he was a Tory, but he wasn't really, was he? It's like he's defected to the place we kind of all knew he already was. I'm surprised, but it is what it is. Megan says, I don't see it as first. I see it as an appreciation of genetics, fair, talent, and good tailoring doing its job. Good tailoring goes a long way, doesn't it? Like a long way. I mean, you know who I'm thinking of when I talk about good genetics and good tailoring. You know what I mean. Brahma says, I like John Burkow for his anti-Brexit and anti-right-wing nationalism stance, but then his record on voting for austerity. Yeah, he followed the party line. And it's a shame. Jacob says, wow, Bayley really pays it forward. She really helps to sell the matches. She, from her main roster debut, I noticed this. She's a very clinical seller. She really does give everything she possibly can. Everything she possibly can. And that has earned her a lot of respect. A lot of respect. Bayley is someone who is very well liked backstage. Because really, Bianca Belair has been built on the back of Bayley's shoulders. Very much just built on her back. And it worked. Bianca Belair has been treated like a star. And so she's come across like one. A large part of that, of course, is because of Bayley. Jadeb says, making her opponents look good also makes her look good. And that is exactly true. It is perfectly true. Bayley now bringing out the weapons. She's taped two kendo sticks together. Are we going Darth Maul? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, she's building something. Which is good. When you've got Hell in a Cell, build things. I'm imagining this is going to be some sort of suplex through. Bayley's still shouting at Michael Cole. I love her. I love her. Welcome back to Twitch, Wiggly. They just lost one of the kendo sticks. The tape did not hold. The tape did not hold at all. That could come back to haunt them a little bit. Bianca Belair's in position for a back body drop. Oh, no, spine buster. Works for me. Welcome back, Wiggly. Jacob says, Bayley trash talking Michael Cole is one of my favorite things. It's always good. It's always good. I'm going to do a quick check of when we said the match started. 1:27:29. So it's been more than 10 minutes so far. And we need it to be more than... God, where was it? More than 21:50. So basically we need another 10 minutes. In order to go 21:50, I need my clock to be 19, 28, 19, 29, 19, 1:49:19. At 1:49:19, this overtakes the shortest Hell in a Cell match. Chelsea, just mentioned you. Welcome, mate. Saying going through those candlesticks wouldn't hurt at all. No, they've been taped. They're very carefully and prepared and in position. Bayley's been very inventive so far today. Bianca Belair's been all about the power game, but Bayley has been the inventive one, setting out the stakes, making preparations, calling the spots, being the ring general. You've got to respect it. A lot of respect. A lot of respect. A lot of respect. I do want to say thank you while I've got everyone for what we managed to achieve on YouTube today. So far, another 7 subscribers. 7, damn good number. Very good number. And I have to say a big thank you to everyone who is, of course, helping achieve that just by jumping over and helping out and being there for this show. Just a big thank you to everyone who is delivering in that regard. Had a lot of views so far on this this watch party. Chelsea says, will anyone go off the top of the cell tonight? The top, no. I suspect McIntyre will go off the side. But I wouldn't necessarily say the top. And Ed just shouts, challenge. Bailey's playing up a potential knee injury. Hell in a Cell is live, Chelsea. Absolutely live. I am starting to feel that this match does suggest we're getting a hair versus hair. Also seems like it might be coming to an end soon. Wiggly says, yeah, thanks to those new subscribers. Some of them were definitely new. But to be fair, every little helps, and I'm very grateful to everyone who goes across there, adds another subscriber, helps me grow, helps me advertise, and maybe watches a video or two, clicks like, leaves a comment. That's how we grow. And YouTube could be an earner as well. If we can keep the views going on YouTube, that's an extra source of income at low effort. All I'm doing is breaking down the individual videos from spoiler warning. If that's all it takes, that's fantastic. Alexa probably would, yes. Does the whisper function work on here? Yes, on Twitch you can whisper. I can't grab it right now because I'm live streaming, so I'm not really focused on that. But you can whisper me whenever you would like to, basically. Bailey's trying to beg off. She's trying to get out. This feels like the end is coming. Feels like the end is near. Oh, good sell. Bianca is really standing tall now. There is not much competition coming for it. We might not see another match between these two. This feels very conclusive. I've just lost a bit of paper. This feels very conclusive. That was a good kick. That was a solid kick. There's a ladder now. Maybe it's not over just yet because there's a ladder involved. Do you reckon Jeff Hardy's under? No. No, he'd already have jumped out and jumped off something. Just says, why is Bailey saying she's done what a flop for her character? She is a cowardly heel. That's a large part of her character now. So it's disappointing. I agree with that, but it is what it is in that regard. Devin Fijal, if I've butchered that pronunciation, please do let me know. Devin Fijal says, this is what everyone thinks about the WWE title match. 10% Drew will win, 10% Bobby will win, 80% Brock Lesnar shows up and costs Bobby the match. Cost Bobby? Interesting. I don't see him costing him the championship for sure. I don't see Brock Lesnar turning up just yet, personally. We do, after all, still have Money in the Bank to get through. I do think Bobby Lashley wins comfortably in the end, though. And McIntyre just takes a loss. I think we're more likely to see Jinder Mahal. If you are watching and you have comments, questions, or predictions, please do drop them in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, whether you are watching on Periscope, which we will be live on Periscope for both Cell matches. Whether you're watching in any of those, please do let me know what you're thinking. I have just spotted that YouTube is just Devin Fijal. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Devin Fijal. I have just spotted we have our first down vote on YouTube. Our first down vote. So someone specifically came to my YouTube channel to say, I don't like this. What a dick. If you haven't clicked like yet over on YouTube, please do remember to do so. Very, very beneficial. Very beneficial. And if you would like to make sure you never miss a show, best thing you can do is pop over to Twitch. I like to get it right though, Devin. Over to twitch.tv/Tom Colahue, where we are live every Monday, every Tuesday, every Thursday, every Friday, and a hell of a lot of Sundays. You get a lot of wrestling content on Mondays and Fridays. We do Raw and SmackDown watch parties. And in addition to that, we also do Spoiler Warning, which I will get you the brand logo for. We also do Spoiler Warning, which is our news show on Mondays and Fridays. You'll get a notification if you follow on Twitch, which will allow you to get all of the latest news. Or if you're subscribed on YouTube, I will break down Spoiler Warning into individual bite-sized news segments and upload them to YouTube over the course of the next few days. The next Spoiler Warning will be tomorrow, and we'll have a lot to talk about, I am sure. We'll definitely talk about Brock Lesnar, I'll tell you that. Definitely talk about him. Bianca Belair with a glam slam right into turnbuckle. Bayley genuinely just took that on the chin. This has been a solid match. Lots of ingenuity. No Hail Mary spot at the moment. Nothing that's really standing out. Looks like we're about to get a moonsault. No, because she's not going up backwards. What's she going to do here? Oh, I'm guessing it was supposed to be a frog splash, but she completely overdid it. Ooh. That's got to hurt. Everyone loves a ladder spot, and by loves I mean hates. Thank you very much, Devin. Really do appreciate that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This match, by the way, went just under 20 minutes. This is the shortest women's Hell in a Cell match in history. Bayley had some pretty good moments, Devin, but unfortunately in this one, did not manage to come back. Megan says Brock might come back as a big send-off for the Thunderdome, but who the hell knows with WWE anymore. I think we're definitely going to see something in that regard. A big send-off for the Thunderdome in which they just break everything. I'd like it. I'd really like it. Give me more of that. Give me more of it. I agree, Michael. That must have hurt. That must have hurt badly. Especially considering the ladder was set up in order to buckle that. Oh, that's pain. That's pain. Got to give you massive credit for taking that one. The ladder has, of course, buckled. There is a John Cena should at least get a little glimpse inside the Thunderdome. There is time for that. There is time for that, but I don't think he will. Edge and Sasha Banks will be returning when fans do. They will not be returning to the Thunderdome. John Cena, by the sounds of it, will not be involved in the Thunderdome at any point. And honestly, I think John Cena is one of those that they don't want to put him in that environment. Ed has finally caught up via Peacock, just says, holy hell. Hell of a match. Bayley is now crawling away from Bianca Belair. Crawling away. Beaten. I don't think we're going to see more of this this particular feud. Chelsea says, that must have hurt. And Bigger says, I totally forgot I had a ticket for Thunderdome tonight. Oh, you could have been in it. Really, Devin? Devin says Pat McAfee dropped an F-bomb. I did not spot that. I can't really hear it perfectly because I'm talking a lot. That's a bold one. That's a bold one. Michael says, who do you see Bianca defending against next? I'm kind of thinking Carmella. Carmella's kind of all there is. I suspect maybe she won't defend Money in the Bank. Like maybe she won't defend at Money in the Bank, and then at SummerSlam it's definitely going to be Sasha Banks. Failing that, it will definitely be Carmella at Money in the Bank, and then Sasha Banks at SummerSlam. We have finished our first match, so if you're watching on Periscope, please either pop over to youtube.com/c/Tom Colahue to continue watching, or pop over to twitch.tv. I'll drop a link in the chat. You can come straight over and watch, because at the moment we'll be dropping off of Periscope for the foreseeable until the main event, at which point we will come back live on Periscope. So we're dropping off for now. Thank you everyone who's joined in on Periscope. We'll see you soon. Right, now we're back. You specifically signed up because it was the last one. I don't think Hell in a Cell's the last one, is it? There's still a few weeks left, but it always crashes. Yeah, they've struggled with the amount of people in it. They've really struggled. Devin says when Bailey dropped one of her moves on the ladder, he dropped it. Bailey here disagrees, saying it wasn't an F-bomb. He was trying to say foot, and it sounds like foot. Could have been a mistake very easily. Michael suggests, I was thinking Carmella would just be a one-off match at Money in the Bank. Yet they also may need Carmella in the ladder match. They might. That's absolutely fair. This is one of the reasons I don't think they're going to have a title defense, because they need people. They need like Carmella, Liv Morgan, Natalya, and Tamina in the ladder match. The almighty Bobby Lashley is doing the Godfather impression again. Wiggly asks, is that really her hair? Yeah. Genuinely, that's really her hair. That is really her hair. If you're watching on Twitch, please don't forget to hit the follow button. You can also, if you would like, share bits, subscribe, share gift subs. If you're enjoying the show and you have bits to share, that's certainly an option available. But a follow is a wonderful thing to share, because that means you will get a notification every time we go live. Megan has redeemed a 24/7 championship win. So we have a new VIP, Megan sit-in. And just like that, we have a new VIP in Professor Wigglytuff PhD, who has stolen the championship back. Megan was champion for all of 20 seconds. Well done, Megan. Well done. Alexa Bliss is essentially doing a ratings grab here with her expect the unexpected. So that's a bit of hype for it. Chelsea says, Hell in a Cell with only 2 cell matches. Why Lashley and Drew better go on for an hour and be the best cell match ever? Can't imagine it'll be the best ever. Should still be damn good. And Wiggly says, whose wives has Lashley stolen? I don't think there's any wives being stolen, mate. I think they're very much they're there for it. Wiggly also says, Michael Cole should be in the Hall of Fame. It'll happen. It'll be one of those that happens when he retires. Up next, Seth Rollins versus Cesaro. I'm going to have a quick check. If there's see if anyone has shared a retweet. So let's do a new tweet to try and drive some traffic into this stream, shall we? Let's do a new tweet. So I'll scroll up. What I'll say is, we are currently at 209 followers. Oh no, I'll do that better. We're currently only 1 follower from 210 on Twitch. We're hosting a WWE Hell in a Cell watch party, and we need you to come and watch with us. 2021 WWE Hell in a Cell has started. Well, join the fun. I do have a Twitter, Wiggly. It is Twitter/Colahue. You can find me there. Michael says Seth and Cesaro is a hell of a second match. It is. To be fair, all of the matches on the card should deliver high quality wrestling. Should absolutely deliver high quality wrestling. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that possibility. As long as we get good wrestling, I'm happy. I'm very happy. We're also over on YouTube now up to 18 likes, so a big thank you to everyone who jumped in there. If this is your first time joining us on Twitch, shout out. Say hi in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Ask questions. This is a very, very interactive show, and I appreciate anyone dropping in. We will be watching along with Hell in a Cell. Quite often during matches, people click mute. But while we stream here on Twitch, we have Mondays and Fridays. We do watch parties for Raw and SmackDown. We also do a live news show called Spoiler Warning, which we will then break down afterwards into bite-sized videos on YouTube. So you can still get the news on YouTube as well. If you click follow, you will also get on Tuesdays Football Manager content, on Thursdays Final Fantasy VII content, and other gaming content along the way. I'm going to give you a sample of some gaming content now. I'm going to show you a clip from when we played Bloodborne, and you can see if you enjoy the style of gaming that I do. Welcome to the Moonside Lake, and welcome to Rom the Vacuous Spider. This is not going to be an easy section, but here we go. Hey Rom, here to kill you, so you know. And then there are spiders, which are very strong, and no, I'm dead. Good start, great start. That's how good a gamer I am. I am terrible, and that hopefully is funny. No, Nick, you don't have to leave here and go to YouTube. You can watch via whatever channel you would like. It helps me to have more numbers in both. So the more viewers we have on Twitch, the easier I am to find, the more likely people are to find me here to decide whether they want to follow or not. At the same time on YouTube, the more viewers we have there, the more advertised it is, the more people find that. So it's really one of those. If you can have both open, that is absolutely fantastic for me. But if you just want to watch on Twitch, you're of course fine to do that as well. That is, after all, what Twitch is made for. This is our live show here. Oh, have I missed a drop-in? I haven't seen one. Oh, you're saying your own name. Okay. Welcome, Raid Rich 845. I thought you were saying a raid, but you're saying Raid Rich. Fair enough, mate. Welcome to the show. Welcome. We shout out comments here. Welcome to it. Megan says, I have a theory. Do you think we're getting SmackDown matches first and the Raw matches after that, so the commentary team doesn't have to keep swapping around? Very possibly. And to be honest, I'd have no issue with that. I'd have absolutely no issue with that, so that'd be a great idea. Wiggly is saying sound is gone. My sound. Don't know why my sound would go. Audio is saying it's coming through fine. Not sure why that would have happened, but it seems like it's working again now. So whatever happened there, but thank you for letting me know. Nick says, okay, I can go like it. Thank you very much, Nick. That makes a big difference. Even just the like makes a big difference. Michael said, I can hear you, Tom. Cool. So that's sorted and working. Wiggly says, why hasn't Cesaro been WWE champion yet? Because Vince McMahon doesn't believe he's good enough, basically. He believes there is a disconnect between Cesaro and the fans, despite the Cesaro section. And basically, he just doesn't believe that Cesaro can properly push himself. Doesn't believe that Cesaro can properly push himself. We're now up to 18 likes over on YouTube, which is fantastic and helps us grow and helps us gain not just views, but also subscribers. Our subscriber base has continued to improve. And also, we're doing pretty well on Twitch right now. So a big thank you to everyone who has joined us, everyone who's saying hi, everyone who has jumped in the chat and chatted. Just a big thank you to everyone who is getting involved here. Thank you very much for following the Dre Zone. You are 210th follower. Thank you very much for that. I very much appreciate it. Welcome to the show. You'll get a notification every time I go live with spoiler warning, wrestling news, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. EST on Mondays and Fridays, live watch-alongs for Raw and SmackDown, and then gaming content, Football Manager on Tuesdays, Final Fantasy VII Remake on Thursdays, and indeed a little bit of games on Sundays as well. Welcome the Dre Zone, and please everyone in the chat, welcome Dre Zone as well. Welcome to the community here, or the Collar-unity, as we've sort of ended up calling it. Bailey says, Vince seems to have a problem with elevating talent that does not have English as their first language. Fair. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. There does seem to be a problem there. Beaskull Neck, thank you, saying I followed and subscribed too. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. It's a big help to me that the more subscribers, obviously, we get on the YouTube, the faster we grow, the more advertised we are, the quicker I can get to a point when I'm making money. Because I'd like to make money. I'd really like to make money. That'd be fantastic. I'd really enjoy that. Ed welcomes a Dre Zone into the chat as well. And Dre Zone says, hey to everyone. Welcome to our Hell in a Cell 2021 watch party. So yeah, I'm trying to do a lot of things right now. Obviously, with my current living situation, I can't sit here and say I know how long I'm going to have my home and a roof over my head. Obviously, I've had a bit of a bad day and a bit of bad news in that regard. But at the moment, with the money that I have and the money that I should have going forwards, I am looking at a couple of months if I don't find new income, and then I'm out. I was made redundant in September, for anyone who doesn't know, from my day job working in the benefit fraud department. That's welfare fraud for Americans. Because coronavirus, essentially, they made 4/5 of the workforce redundant. Because of the lockdowns that we've had, I've just not been able to find new work. So I've been looking at Twitch, and Twitch has been really successful recently. But if I can get YouTube going as well, and if I can get Twitch with more followers, more subscribers, the more we grow, the better. So huge thank you to everyone here chatting, everyone who's followed, everyone who even drops in just to say hi. Huge thank yous. Cesaro showing off his strength. I'm wondering if we'll see a UFO again today. We should do. There's no reason not to, given that it's Cesaro and Seth Rollins. Chelsea asked, did the light department just fall asleep? Yeah, that was a moment, wasn't it? With all the lights were being tested above the cell for basically no reason. No idea why. Genuinely no idea. Absolutely baffling. But yeah, thank you everyone who is jumping across multiple platforms, both on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. And I'm getting some very nice little boosts to the numbers for the viewers on Twitch as well. We're fluctuating between some quite high numbers. So huge thanks to everyone who's jumping in. We're up to 584 subscribers, so a 10 today. An increase of 10 today. Magnificent. What are people predicting for this match? I believe Seth Rollins will be taking the win because, as I've mentioned previously, Seth Rollins is the number one choice to face Edge at SummerSlam. Cesaro, unfortunately, I think his push is over. He got his match against Roman. He was beaten clean. So it's not about him right now. If he wins Money in the Bank, and that's something that I think he's a contender for, losing here actually helps him because it means he goes in as even more of an underdog. And more of an underdog is only a positive. So while Seth is simply stalking him around back and forth, I am hoping that at some point soon we see a Seth Rollins win. Even though I'm a big fan of Cesaro, he didn't really deliver in his main event feud. He just didn't. Not happy about it, but it is what it is. We can't pretend he delivered when he didn't. I am, by the way, guys, about to upload a video clip ready for me to refresh my drink. It'll be a gaming clip. So there may be a slight delay. Oh, file's a bit too large. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll have a look and see what else I can put there. Because that's slightly too large, apparently. Will that one fit? No, I need to work something out there. But there is a share button at the bottom, so we can work something out. Yeah, I just want to make sure we have something ready for when I go and refresh my drink, because I'm out of drink at the moment. And I think after this match is the ideal time, because we've been streaming for more than 2 hours now, guys. Cesaro with a short and clothesline. This match is a little bit lethargic. Just a little bit lethargic. We're chugging along, and we're getting there. This seems an ideal time to give a shout out to everyone here in the chat. So I'm going to start with Twitch. A big thank you to Ed Fries, JW5519, Professor Wigglytuff, Academy Impossible, Aiton, B4 Bailey 1991, B School Nick, Chelsea FC 2024, Commander Root, Corey MLB, Discord for Small Streamers, Lance 702, Latina 8737, Megan Sittin, Rogue Girl, The Dre Zone, Toxic Predator 1, and Violets _ TV. Thank you everyone for jumping in on Twitch. If I then go over to YouTube, go for my list of participants, there are no names there. There are no names there. I think that's the shout out done there then. I think they did, Wiggly. Oh, lovely flip from Rollins. Goes for the neutralizer, but gets thrown out of it. That's a lovely exchange. The speed at which Rollins makes that full flip is incredible. I don't know how anyone can be that athletic. We are picking up pace now. There's a pause on top of the rope. Right, the camera angle was just wrong to show Cesaro powering out of it. They've sorted it now. They've sorted it now. Cesaro comes off the top of a crossbody. Rollins rolls through into a pin. That was a long count. It's getting crafty here. I'm not sure who I could say is ahead, as it were, even if this was on points. Seth does a full spin for no reason. Genuinely have no idea why I did that. Blow at the back of the head. Love it. Rollins covers. Starting to slow down again now. They need to up the pace. We're coming to the end of the first hour. I think they could give us a little bit more than this. Seth seems to be losing his shit a little bit. In an enjoyable way. Gotta respect a Seth that can't handle losing a match. He's not even losing. He's in a pretty good position. He's losing his shit for no reason. That's never a good thing. Never a good thing. He's pulled the tape off of Cesaro's shoulder. He's using a disarm her. That's a disarm her. Going to a Falcon Arrow with a lot of elevation there. And it's another kick out. I don't think anyone's ever been beaten by that Falcon Arrow. Gotta say. At this point, Seth is doing a lot of Will Ospreay stuff. Fair enough, Wiggly. If you're tired, you're tired. It happens, man. It happens. You can always continue tomorrow morning. I swear that's genuinely a Will Ospreay move. Got a tweet about that. Has anyone else noticed how much of Seth's offense is being directly pulled from Ospreay's? Because it is that particular, the foot being caught thing, that's Ospreay to no end. The match continues. Rollins is starting to turn the screw. Cesaro with a clothesline. Seth didn't seem like he was ready for that one. Just a couple of moments where people aren't quite up to speed with what they're trying to do. They're just not quite delivering as they should. Okay, now we're going for the swing. Seth is holding his arms in for once. Ah, there they go. There they go. He likes to flail, does Seth? The wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube men. Nearly nailed it. Nearly got there. Didn't quite manage it. Sharpshooter's in. That's the usual follow to the swing nowadays. Can't see Seth tapping. Definitely can't see him tapping. But there are some nervy moments happening here. Zara's trying to get back into it. Raju is saying, hi, Tom, any surprises tonight? I don't expect many surprises, to be completely honest. I don't expect many. I think this will be a bit of a paint by numbers pay-per-view. I don't expect we're going to see Brock or Cena, but we may see Jinder Mahal. That's what I'm thinking. Also asks how have you been, Tom, too? Not great. I'm going to be completely honest. I've had a really rough time recently. A really rough time. But hey, when people follow on the YouTube, they follow on the Twitch. This is potentially beneficial to me long term and can help my income. So just you guys being here and chatting is really helping my spirits. And I want to say a massive thanks for that. The match is over. Seth Rollins with a roll up in the middle of the ring. A lucky free, which Cesaro did actually kick out of. But he kicked out a slight bit too late. Michael says, I was actually expecting Cesaro to win. Personally, I went Rollins. I just think, knowing that Seth will be taking on Edge, that's... no, Chelsea, that wasn't botched. That was the plan. That was the plan. And Seth's walking away and celebrating. I'm going to send one tweet, then I'm going to go refresh my drink. Also get my phone charger. So what I'm going to do is Twitch viewers will be very familiar with this. I'm just basically going to do a quick break. My microphone will actually not be turned off because I don't have the facility to. Actually, I do. I do have the facility to do that. So I'll turn off my microphone. I will stick on the image for spoiler warning. I will go and make myself a drink. I'll be back in about a minute and a half. If you're on Twitch and you're not currently a subscriber, you will get a brief ad break. That helps me out. Even just having you there and when the ads are showing, that helps me financially. So please stick around for those. But in the meantime, I will be back very shortly. Don't go away. Well, it looks like they went back to the kickoff panel, so I clearly didn't really miss anything. Wiggly, I noticed you've redeemed a 24/7 championship win. You know that you were already the 24/7 champion, right? I mean, you know that, yeah? Like, maybe you wanted to reinforce that? I don't know your reasoning, but whatever works for you, mate. You are a double champion, is that what you're going for? I can't say otherwise. Oh, wrong one. Joe says, I just realized something. When SmackDown goes back to live shows, whoever sits behind Pat McAfee will be really pissed off. Yeah, because he's always standing on something. He's always standing on something, so... So we're not doing SmackDown matches and then Raw matches, because we're about to have Alexa Bliss versus Shayna Baszler. I genuinely have no idea how this is going to go. It could be a lot of things. Could be a lot of things. So we have the hype package, which is all about Reginald and the doll. I'd imagine is going to feature heavily. You want to not do a hype package for this, to be completely honest. Welcome, Birthwell. Says, is this Bailey feud going to continue? It looks unlikely. Bianca got a very, very clear win. A very clear win. And with it being Hell in a Cell as well, I don't see any reason for Bailey to deserve a rematch. Chelsea says, there's no hype package in the world that can hype this match. Agreed. Yeah, Birthwell, what we're kind of expecting is that there's not going to be a women's championship match at Money in the Bank because they need basically the whole division for the Money in the Bank match. They need basically the whole division there, so it's a bit awkward, really. A lot of people don't like the idea that Cesaro's push might be over. Yeah, we're focusing a lot on the dolls, which is infuriating to no end. Megan says, I don't know if I want to watch this match. I'm kind of with you. The dark side of my brain is just like, I need to watch. I need to see what they do with this because you know it's going to be horrible in some way or another. You know something really strange is going to happen. So there's that part of my brain which is really going for it. Just a lot of shouting. Just a lot of shouting. Oh, Nia Jax and Reginald appear. I like that. I make that tweet and nobody focuses on the fact that I say Seth versus Edge at SummerSlam. They're all focused on me saying, yeah, the push for Cesaro is over. And they're offended by it. Is that a bug? Holy shit, that's a big bug. I'm going to have to deal with that because I'm not having that behind me. That's a dragonfly. Excuse me one moment, guys. Sorry about that, but dragonflies creep me the fuck out. Creep me the fuck out. So, not having that behind me during a whole stream. No chance. Solid no. Firm pass. Etc. Jake says, any big draft changes you see when the draft happens? I think there'll be quite a few big ones. I definitely think we're going to see Karrion Kross, Finn Balor appear. I've got a video up about the changes and the call-ups that are expected. That was on the 10th, so 11 days ago. Just like they're expecting double-figure call-ups to both brands. So quite a firm rebuild. SmackDown in particular needs bodies at this point. So I'd imagine a lot of people are going to be involved. I don't think there's going to be that many big surprises, but I would imagine we're going to see people who need a change have just competed with everyone. So, for example, Bailey and Asuka, that's a change I expect we're going to see. Bailey for Asuka. And then a few more. Maybe Corbin goes back to Raw. I think with him being beaten the way he has been, I can see him going back to Raw. But SmackDown needs bodies. So I think there'll be more people going from Raw and NXT to SmackDown than anywhere around. Birthwell is hoping that Shayna picks up the win. I've got Alexa Bliss here. I don't want Alexa Bliss to win this match. I'm a big Alexa Bliss fan, but I'm a big Shayna Baszler fan as well, and I think this match should be won by Shayna Baszler. It's not going to happen, though. I'd say I love this logo. Quite enjoying it as well myself, Ed. Quite enjoying it. Corey, are you saying like he is a book or he's back? I'm not quite getting it, friend. Right, there's every possibility this match has been pre-recorded and that there has been several costume changes. There'll undoubtedly be fire involved as well. Reginald is clearly trying to distract. Logically, at the end of this, Reginald leaves with Alexa. And that gets Nia Jax out of it. Ultimately, Nia Jax in her corner should work in Baszler's favor. It's not going to. Alexa Bliss likes getting beat up. She's a sadist. That's kind of her whole character. She's just a baby sadist. She's double jointed as well, if people have forgotten. Hence the crawl that she's doing. Baszler needs to react less strongly to this. There's no doll in play, remember? The doll's been briefly retired. This is still Corpse Bride Alexa. This is not Lilith Alexa. Just so everyone's clear. I wish we had a better camera angle for that flip. That looked like a standing 450. Just with the back landing first. Which makes it, what, a 630? Something like that. Reginald is trying to avoid looking Bliss directly in the eye. Just trying to avoid it. It's just exciting. It's just exciting. Yes, you are. It's just excited to see Reginald there. It looks like Alexa Bliss is going to take a beating, keep taking a beating, and then somehow turn Reginald on them. Shane is just physically dominant as always. Or at least we haven't seen her this physical in a long time. So I say as usual. I'm not right in saying that. Okay, if she's going to damage the arm, this gives Alexa Bliss the opportunity to show off the double jointed again. She breaks it out every couple of years. Gives her an opportunity to get out by breaking her own arm. Joint manipulation. I always like when they say that phrase. Joint manipulation. Nick says, I think Alexa is going to be a huge movie star. Me too. Me too. And there's a lot of people in WWE think that as well. Sasha's got there first, very much. But Alexa is Alexa, and everyone knows how well she acts. She'll do the arm thing now. I think we can be confident about that. Trying to get her locked in. Shayna's falling for it. Shayna falling under the spell of the Corpse Bride. People need to work on their Lou Thesz prezes. Let them run to you when you jump. Don't jump onto them because you just jump crotch first. It's awkward. DDT on Baszler. That's Alexa Bliss's finisher. Doesn't win this one, but it is the finisher. Hello, AJ. Thank you for the compliment. I'm currently in Christmas mode. There is a lot of storytelling going on here. This isn't a case of just two people having a fight. Chelsea is of the opinion that this is so awful. As a match, it's okay. It's passable. Shayna Baszler looks like a bigger deal now than she has done for a while. But the whole trans thing, like Nia Jax is now falling for it. It's just awkward. It's awkward and unnecessary. They're playing Simon Says. Just I don't see where a mind can. Oh, I don't see why Alexa Bliss would have any sort of mind control power. Gotta be honest. Throat jab. Sister Abigail. Not the best looking Sister Abigail she's ever done. She usually does them really well. This time, not so much. It's going to be a clean win. This is going to be a clean win. That's a clean win. Well, that's that, isn't it? Shayna Baszler lost another one. This time to Alexa Bliss. It's been a while since she's wrestled a full match. I think the last full match she wrestled was just after WrestleMania against Nikki Cross. That's another one. 3 matches down. I'm so far on 3 out of 3. Jacob says Alexa's apron thing looks like a recycled Nasty Boys t-shirt. It might be, to be fair. You never can tell. Jill says the gimmick is cringe and just stupid. If this was in front of a live crowd, everyone would just laugh. It will be soon. It will be. I do feel around SummerSlam time, Alexa Bliss is going to be entering the title scene. There's going to be fans there to shit all over at them. And Michael says, maybe it's just me, but I say this character can't possibly win a title. I don't think it's just you, but I would have said that about The Fiend way back when. They're just having The Fiend win a title would have been a bad shout. In the end, it was a bad shout, but for different reasons than I was going for. Bailey says the live crowds won't be kind to this. They won't be, absolutely not. And Ed, different voice, says, I really like that. Shayna doesn't look too terrible. It's Shayna's best performance in a long time, to be completely honest. A long time. We've been trained to see her as someone who loses in 1 or 2 minutes. So to actually go 10 or 12 with Alexa Bliss was at least a bit different. And then everyone was getting distracted by everyone, and I don't know. It was different. It was very much different. Like, I can't sit here and say it was bad. It was a storytelling match. It wasn't about the wrestling, but I think it's one of those. Wrestling has always been the least important part of wrestling. That's one of those things I think we can all agree on. When it comes to WWE, the wrestling is the least important thing. Well, we are halfway through Hell in a Cell. Well, you can go to the SBs to to vote for best WWE moment. Bad Bunny's there. The Undertaker's there. Why is the Undertaker there? Kevin Owens stunning Logan Paul is an option. So many. Chelsea says, I actually can't wait for them to try that gimmick at live crowds. Excited to see a crowd reaction. It's going to be nice to hear a legit reaction to it because I don't think it'll be kind. I think Bailey's absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. Crowds will not be receptive to that at all. I do enjoy Pat McAfee there talking about Adam Cole. Imagine if Adam Cole gets drafted to SmackDown with Pat McAfee on the show. That'll be a fun little bit of storytelling, won't it? That'll be fun. Sami Zayn is making his entrance. It's been a while since he's been on a pay-per-view. And last time was, in fact, WrestleMania. It's been even a bigger while since he won a match. I don't think he's winning tonight either. I have Kevin Owens winning this one and then continuing to pursue Apollo Crews for the Intercontinental Championship. That's where I see this one going personally. They're showing off Apollo Crews and Commander Aziz now. The secondary titles are not on the line. So I don't know why they're focused too much on it. I think they may be overdoing it slightly. Sonya Deville does not look very happy to be being coughed on, which I get. Gotta respect that. She's just being coughed on. Can't be a fun experience for anyone. Oh, let's go. Chelsea thinks KO is going to lose. So that's a vote for Sami. Does anyone else have any predictions that they would like to share? We can, of course, do another prediction poll if you would like. So let me know if that's something you guys want to see. Sami's sort of dancing again. He is. I think when it comes to Sami Zayn's characterization, I think he's sort of given up the ghost of trying. He just does what he wants now. He just very much does what he wants, and I'm fine with that. I don't think he's getting a lot of notes backstage, if you know what I mean. I don't think he's getting a lot of notes backstage. Jacob says, I think Sami is due for a win. I completely agree. This isn't the time, though. Ed says, going to start the prediction in a minute. Chelsea is asking, when is the last time Sami won? I don't have that information to hand, but I'm going to try and find it. In case Megan's a little bit busy. As our stat queen. We shouldn't have all the pressure on her. Jacob says, okay, I'm calling Sami winning tonight. Right, Sami Zayn, win-loss record. The Taker's director cage match. Oh, Profile Database, that's the one I'm thinking of. Ugh. Oh, he got 1 win and 1 loss in TNA. Never knew that. Never knew that. Let's see. Oh, he's wrestled for a lot of places. WWE. It goes from most recent backwards. Technically, his last win was as part of a 5-man tag team on May 7th alongside Apollo Crews, Chad Gable, King Corbin, and Otis. Not a singles win, not counting it. February 12th, he last won a match as a tag team alongside King Corbin. His last actual win, one-on-one, was on December 11th, defeating Big E by countout. Countout. The last time he beat someone not by countout was October 2nd. Long time. Long time. Jake says, who do you think will be in Money in the Bank? I think there's a lot of good options, to be fair, this year. I think Bailey would be a good shout for Money in the Bank. I think Alexa Bliss is a very strong contender to win Money in the Bank. I'd like to see Baszler in there. I'd like to see Sonya Deville in there, but I don't think that's happening. And I think there are some obvious choices as well when it comes to the Raw side and the women. When it comes to the men, I'd like Keith Lee to be back and involved. I'd love it if he was involved. I'd like a Ricochet to be involved, someone who can be thrown around quite a lot. And then Nakamura on the other side. I think there's some really good choices of people who can be involved. I think Otis is actually another really good shout of being heavily involved this time round. Not with a chance of winning again, but being involved certainly. Chelsea says, quite rightly, Sammy hasn't won a match in around 7 months. That's just cruel. I agree. Thank you very much for the follow, Moose Baby. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late reading that out. It was 2 minutes ago. But welcome to the chat, Moose Baby. You can jump in and ask us whatever the hell you would like. We are an Ask Me Anything sort of stream here, and anything I can't help with, the chat will definitely do what they can. But you will get a notification every time we go live. We go live on Mondays and Fridays, 10 p.m. UK time. That's 5 p.m. EST for our news show Spoiler Warning. We also do live watch parties for Raw and SmackDown. And on the non-wrestling side, we have on Tuesdays Football Manager, where we're currently playing as Kidderminster Harriers, having a very rough time in League One. On Thursdays, we are playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. That will likely be 3 or 4 more streams or 3 or 4 more weeks, and then we'll be done there and on to something else. And we occasionally play a Sunday gaming stream as well. So thank you for the follow, and I hope to see you jumping into the chat soon. Jadov says, I'd also be okay not seeing KO versus Sammy for a few years. Too much in the last 3 years. There's been too much in the last 3 months, to be completely honest. I have no issue seeing them wrestle maybe like once a year, but there are limits to me. They put on great matches, but there are limits to me. Bailey says, any chance for Big E at Money in the Bank? There is a chance, yes, but they would have to change plans for it. Basically, plans have already been changed to get him into the tag matches. He wasn't supposed to be in the tag matches. It was supposed to be just Apollo Crews versus Kevin Owens, and then Kevin Owens versus Commander Aziz, with Sami Zayn distracting and so on and so forth. But because Aleister Black suddenly became unavailable because he was released, they needed something for Big E to do to keep him out of creative hiatus. But he's still kind of in creative hiatus. Jake says, do you think Drew will be in Money in the Bank? Honestly, I don't. I think we'll be starting the Drew McIntyre Jinder Mahal feud at Money in the Bank. I think that's where we'll be starting that. I think Drew is too big a name to be in Money in the Bank, considering how close he is to championships. I feel it should be upper mid-carders in Money in the Bank personally, which Bailey has kind of dropped down to, but also kind of not. Hard to tell. It says I could watch Sammy versus KO every week and be happy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Jada responds by saying, let's be honest, we have been seeing them every week. You should be thrilled. When he is, to be fair, he is. Megan, our stats queen, has also looked up the information on Sami Zayn, saying Sammy hasn't won a match since he dropped the IC title to Big E last December, which is, of course, what I was looking up on Pro Fight DB as well. So thank you for backing up the info there. If you are currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to click like on the video. That helps us get more views and helps us grow. We've gained 10 subscribers so far today, and that can't all be from guys in Twitch, because people in Twitch who've been swapping back and forth, not all of you weren't already subscribed. Quite a lot of you have already have been subscribed to the channel for a while now, so it's not all from you guys subscribing, but it's probably quite a lot from you guys clicking like and commenting and really helping share these videos. So massive thanks. Kevin Owens apparently is looking a bit hurt. Still feeling hurt from Commander Aziz and the Nigerian nail. Welcome, Corey. Thank you very much for bringing in the raid. I did not know you'd gone live again, mate. Glad to see you back. Welcome back to the show. Hope you had a good stream. Tell me a little bit about what you've been streaming. Tell us all a little bit about what you've been streaming, and welcome back to the show. Right, so Owens is definitely working as an underdog here. Sammy's someone I expect to go to Raw, just as a strong talker and sort of take up the Miz's role of sort of your target audience is very, very young. You make a lot of really bad, really dumb jokes, and you host a lot of talk shows. I think that's the future of Sami Zayn. Could potentially mean John Morrison coming to SmackDown, which I'll happily take. Imagine John Morrison versus Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins versus Daniel Bryan. Oh wait, not him. Yeah, Megan, the count-out wins do go on for quite a while, don't they? Quite a while. Sami Zayn does not win wrestling matches. He just doesn't. Not one-on-one anyway. But that's a great thing to tweet. Megan, have you tweeted that? If you have, I'll retweet. If you haven't, I'll tweet it as well. Because I think that's a good start. Sami Zayn has not won a match since. I'll type up the tweet. Right. Sami Zayn has not won a singles match since December. Even that was by count out. His last pinfall or submission victory was October. Still thinking Owens will take this one. Pardon me. Pardon me. No, Nick, Miz isn't leaving. Miz is injured. He can still technically host those talk shows, but given the choice, he also could choose not to. I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him at all. So the Miz isn't leaving. The Miz is definitely staying with the company, but I think this is a perfect time for him to take some time off and work on the reality shows and stuff. It's perfect. So I do think Sami Zayn will be moved with that in mind. Jake says, do you think NXT will be involved in Survivor Series this year? Yes, I do. I do have a video about that as well, somewhere in the last month or so on the channel. I post a lot of YouTube videos now. But yes, I am confident that NXT will be involved in Survivor Series this year. I don't think we're going to get Cross versus Reigns versus Lashley anymore. But I still think we're going to have a great match. Still think it'll be great. It's slowed down into a few punches and chops. It's very standard Owens and Zayn at the moment. I'm expecting them to do the really quick punches to each other's heads thing in a minute. It's very standard. Oh, that exploder suplex is so nice. He does it on so few people, but he always does it against Owens. Always. I think Sami Zayn's cut his mouth. He seems to be bleeding from the mouth. I think so. Oh, just swinging haymakers there. It's hard to tell with his beard. He seems to be trying to wipe his mouth. I don't know where. No, I must be wrong. I must be wrong. Nope, it is. He's cut his mouth. The referee's putting gloves on. Maybe he lost a tooth. They're getting quite physical here. Some of those kicks are definitely landing. It's a bit of a slow motion match, though. Kevin Owens is selling a lot, and it's slowing everything down. A stunner on the outside. One arm, though. Owens should be happy to take a count-out victory here. It's not the most glamorous, sure, but a win's a win, and you're hurt. Just end the match. Seems like he is willing to take that. Sami Zayn makes it back. This is starting to feel like there's a last man standing match in their future. And Owens had one of those recently, so I wouldn't like to see it. Sami looks a bit rough. They're both looking a bit rough. Nothing wrong with that. More punches. Okay, a headbutt. That breaks it up a little bit. I want to say, this is not the best match they've ever had. It looks like his mouth to me, Michael. From where I'm sitting, it looks like he's got a cut inside his mouth. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, this match also is more story than wrestling at this point, which is good. It suggests this might be the final one for a while. Oh, that was a New Japan shot right there. Zayn going for the haluva kick, gets it. Is that it? It is. That was a quite anticlimactic finish. The match just sort of ended. Sami Zayn did pick up the win, though. Sami Zayn did pick up the win. Kevin Owens took a loss. Kind of think there's another one coming at Money in the Bank. Do kind of think there's another one coming. J-Dub celebrating, saying, yeah, Sammy. I do kind of think there's another match coming. That did not feel conclusive. Did not feel conclusive at all. There was a lot of potential injury. Bailey asks, could it have been cut short because of the bleeding? It's possible. I find it unlikely, but it is possible. Usually if there's bleeding, they just put on their gloves and get on with it. And I don't think Sami Zayn, pardon me, I don't think Sami Zayn was ever in trouble per se. Now he seems to have cleared up now. He's wiped his mouth and there doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Maybe a little cut there, I think I'm seeing. He never stops moving his head, so it's hard to tell. And says Pat is really, really good. He added a lot to that, to be fair. He added a lot to that. And Chelsea said, let's go, Sammy. Also, was any of that botched? I don't believe so. They're obviously... Sami Zayn's not supposed to have his mouth bust open, so that you can count that as a botch. Other than that, I think they're just trying to go strong style. I respect for Pat McAfee here. Keeping his microphone close to Sami Zayn, letting Sami talk on the microphone, making sure he picks up his guest. That's pro. That is pro. Kevin Owens is struggling to breathe all over again. Right, we are 2/3 of the way through Hell in a Cell. We've had 4 of our matches, which leaves just 2. Charlotte Flair challenging Rhea Ripley for the Raw Women's Championship is up next. After that, it will be our main event, which will be Drew McIntyre challenging Bobby Lashley for the WWE Championship. I'm so far 3 out of 4. Got that one wrong. Fair enough. My belief for the next match is that Rhea Ripley will retain the championship. I don't see any championships changing hands in this one. I don't see any. Booker T is advertising the Credit One Bank. WWE Credit One Visa card. Are we in hell? Is this hell? Is this hell? Based on the past couple of days, it might be hell. It might be hell. Sometimes it feels like hell. I just remembered and the pit of my stomach fell away a little bit. It's when it's quiet that I have problems. It's when it's quiet. Oh, shut your shucky ducky. Boo. Boo. Montez Ford is talking up his experience as a parent. I've said in here in the past that with the Street Profits, the WWE views Montez Ford as the prize per se. And Angelo Dawkins is just sort of there. the WWE have had that opinion. I think the fact that Montez Ford is getting the voiceover opportunities is very indicative of that. Also, hashtag dedication, that's pretty smooth. Like, I have to give him credit for that particular name. Dedication. That's clever. That is so clever. Let's catch up. Corey says it's sad losing your dad. It is, mate. I personally don't have any experience of it. My father was a useless, pointless, pain in the arse, worthless, meaningless piece of crap. I know you had a very good one. Someone that you love very much. And I'm so sorry that happened to you, mate. Bailey says, Credit One shares much the same logo as another US bank, Capital One, but in different companies. That must be frustrating, having like such similar names. Like, we have Capital One here. In fact, on Football Manager, we have the Capital One Cup, which is one of the cups that I've already been knocked out of in Football Manager. When we get to it on Tuesday, not long, because obviously we've got our 2 shows tomorrow and then Tuesday, where we'll do quite a long Football Manager stream, you'll see that Kidderminster have not settled into a great rhythm this year. In fact, we're in quite a bit of trouble. Quite a bit. If you have any interest in football or the Football Manager streams, you don't want to miss the one this Tuesday. You do not want to miss it. It starts at 8 p.m. UK time. That is 3 p.m. EST over in the US. And you can always watch it on Catch Up live on Twitch. Well, on Catch Up on Twitch. You can always watch it on Catch Up on Twitch if you miss any of it as well. What we have right now is a highlight reel of the match between Roman Reigns and Rey Mysterio. I suspect this will be Roman's only appearance. Yeah, it's nice to show this. Remind us that it is happening. Roman stands tall, seemingly as always. The man knows how to flex. He knows how to flex. The future when it comes to SmackDown is whether Jimmy Uso was acknowledging Roman there full time. Will Jey Uso's return change things? Honestly, I don't think it will. I think we'll start building to the Usos versus the Mysterios again at SummerSlam, and I think they'll be taking the championships at the time. How do you stop Roman Reigns? How do you stop him? I know a guy who might like to try. And his name is John Cena. Sound alerts, by the way, is not turned on right now for anyone who thinks that'd be a great opportunity to play it. Megan says, the match Peacock wanted behind a paywall was on Fox for free. It's been recapped on the pay-per-view on Peacock. Kind of amusing, really. Yeah. If Fox wanted it, they got it. It says Pez. I'm not sure what the question is there, Ed. Not sure what the question is there. Peds? Are you asking if Dominic was so injured that he had to go to pediatric care? He's only a baby, bless him. So, next up, not in the cell, Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair. This should be a really good match. Should be. These two have proven to have very solid chemistry and wrestled a really good match at last year's WrestleMania when there was no fan noise whatsoever. It was absolute silence. They managed to fill it up. Of course, since then, both women have lost repeatedly or lost repeatedly when you consider the actual reality of the situation. So it's hard to tell. Oh. They said, what can stop Roman, I said, performance-enhancing drugs from his failed test years ago. You want to capitalize that, mate? Let me know, Sid. Let me know what you're saying. You want to capitalize that? We have just gone past 3 hours of stream. We're about an hour left. Yeah, about an hour left. How much Sonya Deville is going to feature in this hype package, I wonder? Adam Pearce is already featuring a lot. How much Nikki Cross will be involved? So far, not much at all. She's there, but she's just off camera. They're not focused on her at all. They caught Charlotte saying, "Let's go, bitch." Like it. Like it. See, pull-apart brawls make everything more interesting. I like that from Rhea. How's your face beautiful? Really focused on that blood. They needed something to get it going. Ed says the pay-per-view's been good, and if you want to keep talking about it, I will be on a post-show later. Are you going to Love Wrestling again, mate? Are you taking notes? If you're on a post-show, shout it out, mate. Advertise yourself, promote yourself. We promote our own here, as you well know. You let us know where you're going to be. Also, I don't know if you're still here, but about an hour and a half ago at this point, unfortunately, we had Holiday who joined the Discord. Thank you very much, Holiday. Indeed, you are. Fair enough, Ed. Yeah, by all means, give us shout-outs about that. Let people know where to find you. I like that you've become part of their clan over there. They've taken you in and they've taken you under the wing, as it were, seen what you can do, and just decided, yeah, we like this guy. Let's use this guy. And so they should. You are good behind a microphone, sir, and you have a good microphone to do it with. I still don't like when referees open the ropes for Charlotte. She's a competitor. Just one of you should at least say no. Just like one of you should say no. Should have some balls. If she doesn't want to come in because you won't open the rope for her, fine. Count her out. I still really like her theme, though. Just love it. I very much enjoy working with you, Ed. It always ends up being more podcast style format because of how conversational we are. But I very much enjoy doing it. I have a great time. At some point, I'll be giving you the keys to StreamYard for the NXT shows, I'm sure. We just need to find you a talented partner. I don't think I'll be regularly there. Although right now, I mean, got nothing but time now. Every now and then I have the moment I'm like, I've just been a complete dick to myself. Maybe don't do that. It says they're delightful people and I enjoy helping them out. Myself too. Everyone at Love Wrestling has been doing a fantastic job over there. I really enjoy what they do, their commitment, how much they stream, how regularly they do it. Yeah, fair, Ed. We'll do that. We'll do that. We are going to have a massive birthday stream. There'll be a lot going on. So yeah, that's certainly a shout. Maybe we will do a live watch along of Loki at 8 o'clock in the morning. Maybe that'll be it. Like we'll get 4 2-hour streams over the course of a day or something. I don't know. We'll find something. We'll work something out. I need to actually plan something. Try asking some guests if they want to be in. See if Mags wants in and the like. Obviously get yourself in. Anyone else from the chat who wants to jump in with a message? That's it. I'll make the StreamYard link public or something and just see who turns up. Could be fun. We have Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte for the Raw Women's Championship. I have Rhea Ripley for this one. What does everybody else have? Who has Charlotte? Who has Rhea? Charlotte with new gear as well. Purple and black. Very fancy, very shiny. J-Dub sending 10 bits through. Thank you very much, J-Dub. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. I will say, I now seem to have reached a point in my streaming career where I make something every time I stream. Not necessarily a lot. We've had some very successful days recently, but not necessarily a lot, but something every time. Charlotte with a cheap shot. Cheap shot, Charlotte. The ref's always like, are you all right? She's taken one punch. Have you seen a wrestling match? Good roll up. That nearly had me, that. Ooh, lovely big kick. This is a very hot start. Ripley just beat the hell out of the barricade outside. Way to waste your energy, mate. Maybe look after yourself. Yes, thank you, J-Dub. Very much appreciate that. As I say, I expect this to be a good match. They can keep the pace high. They do have better chemistry in my eyes than Rhea and Asuka do. Not better chemistry than Charlotte and Asuka do, though. Charlotte's one of those. She can wrestle anyone. She wrestles like a dad. She can make a broom look great. Those turnbuckles sounded real dodgy there. Rhea Ripley with a big boot of her own. Ripley starting to gain confidence. Makes a mistake of going up. Shouldn't have done that one. Take advantage while you can. Don't always be climbing turnbuckles. Pick your moments. They're doing the check spot again. Like, just, are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. Let the wrestling match happen. It'll all be fine. Our first rest hold is slowing it down again now. A shame. I was hyped for the speed of the start. They are being vocal again, much like they were in their WrestleMania match. I've just seen someone in the Thunderdome made a sign that just says, here for Rhea Ripley. I'm sorry, but that is adorable. That is the type of wholesome content we need in the world right now. Another boot. This has the Hoss match feel. It's not often you get one of those in the women's division, but you've definitely got it now. Just two beefy women going at it hammer and tong. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Charlotte just briefly lost her mind. Like, I want to be polite about it, but nah. Nah, it's weird. It's just weird. Jake says, I have not even signed up for the Thunderdome yet. I haven't either. To be fair, I had a bit of a break from wrestling for a couple of months as well, sort of between September and January. Had a bit of a break, but even then, I wouldn't enjoy it on the Thunderdome, you know? I'd be watching it to the side on my phone just in case you're too far behind. Ed has redeemed a theme change. We are changing theme from Christmas to fancy pants. Where's my tie? There's my tie. So yes, Ed spending his channel points, 2,500 of them. He's got plenty. And I am now required to make a change. It is no longer Christmas in June. Christmas is over. Christmas has been cancelled. Ed has cancelled Christmas. And you can direct your complaints to him. Oh God, it always does this, doesn't it? Get my emo hair out. Emo hair. And we're going fancy pants, so that means tie. Means tie. Yes, a tie of a t-shirt. Get used to it. Get over it. Just accept it. Accept it and move on. And then naturally, we go full fancy. With the dinner jacket too. Oh, by the way, I got a haircut. I got a haircut. Not too big a haircut, but a haircut nonetheless. Made me look a bit more tidy. Because you guys on Twitch were so generous and I could then afford a haircut. Then how things happen. Jacob says, I was on the Thunderdome one night for Rome, was booted after 10 minutes. I got up and walked away because my daughter needed help with something. I guess they don't like empty chairs. Never bothered again. I think that's fair. It says heel turn. Michael says emo Tom. And it says nice haircut but not a baldy bro. And never to be. Never to be. Lovely missile dropkick there by Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley by nature is a slower paced wrestler. But that's one of the best jumps in the women's division. For some reason, you don't see a lot of women jump off the top rope. You see a lot of women fall off the top rope, but not a lot of actual jumping in the women's division. And yes, that includes Tamina, who does not jump off the top rope, and that's her damn finisher. Rhea Ripley, though, she got some height on that. She got some real height on that. Ripley gets hit with a turnbuckle spot that I've seen way too much in the women's division. Natural selection. Silly. Charlotte was in position for a cover, then swapped over to put her feet on the rope because she forgot the spot momentarily. That was a botch. And Ripley had to kick out. She's on the wrong side, went for the pin, forgot to put her legs on the ropes until it was already a 2 count. Rhea had to kick out. That was a mistake by Charlotte. A rare mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. Trying for the big boot again. Fall away German. Lots of physicality in this match. Lots of physicality. Very enjoyable. Charlotte's basically just going through her greatest hits with some of her move choices now. Nothing wrong with that. It's a confident Charlotte Flair. That's half the battle, really, let's be honest. The Andrade double moonsault. I respect it. I respect it. You can't not respect it, can you? You just have to say, well done. Beautiful move. Perfect as well. Literally perfect. I know when she first started doing that, she seemed a little bit uncomfortable with it. Not so anymore. Very comfortable indeed. Bit of a roll-up. Comes away. How many big boots have there been? Okay, the back elbow, it looks a little bit better there. She still needs to work on making it a bit more obvious. But then again, I don't think Andrade was particularly obvious when he did that move. As says, Jimmy Smith really seemed to have found his groove, found chemistry in a groove with Corey. It seems very clear to me that Corey and Adnan Virk just did not get on. Just did not get on. And Corey seems to be the one that's like the top level one. The one being pushed, the Roman Reigns of the group, as it were. It says a double moonsault, isn't that an Andrade move? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Much like the back elbow. She's taken a little bit from his repertoire. Of course, Andrade is now in AEW. Superplex. A float over from Rhea into a cover eventually. Takes a moment there. And a bit more screaming. This is the match I expected. Some very big spots. Some real stiff-looking offense. This is what I expected. I don't know if Rhea Ripley intended for that full rotation, but she got it. She definitely got it. Again, the turnbuckle spot. They've used those turnbuckles non-stop. Charlotte is riptided so close to the ropes that you know exactly what's going to happen. She nearly hit the damn ropes on the way down. Bit of a giveaway, Rhea. Silly. Silly. That looked like your visible pin, which is a problem. If that's your visible pin, that suggests Rhea Ripley ain't going nowhere. I also find it very funny when they hit a move like that near the ropes. They always hook the near leg and ignore the far one because the far one's got to go on the rope. It's a giveaway. A very clear giveaway. Good selling by Rhea. Good selling on the limp. I'm not there for that. Charlotte drop kicked the stairs and Rhea selling. Not there for that one. But Rhea looks like she's starting to be worn down, and that's not a good thing. Spear, full rotation afterwards as well. Going for the figure eight. I think she might have got this. Ripley rolls away. Jada is accusing of overselling. When it comes to the steps, definitely that was not a good moment. Ripley's screaming a little bit too loud at the moment. Yeah. I get a bit of a scream and a bit of a guttural grunt, but that's a bit metronomic for me. Oh, clever. What? Since when do you get disqualified for using an announce table? I get that. I completely get that. But it's like all my life I've been trained. I've been trained to think that announce tables are legal tender. Michael says that this feud goes to Money in the Bank. It does indeed. I kind of expected it would, to be honest. They don't want Charlotte in the Money in the Bank match. They do not want that. Didn't expect it to get there this way, but it got there this way, so I'll take it. Jacob says no different than using a chair. It's not a no DQ match, and it's not. You're absolutely right. Not a no DQ match. That's a bit heelish from Ripley. A bit heelish. I don't know if she's entirely face. Like, she survived Charlotte there. She left Charlotte laying, admittedly, but she survived. She escaped. Okay, yeah, this clearly isn't over. Michael says they typically disqualify people for using the announcer's table. I think that's the first time I've seen it done since I started watching in 1998. People have gone through a lot of tables and not been disqualified for it. To be fair, you also can't use the steps then. I don't know. Again, bit anticlimactic. Charlotte technically picks up the win though, so my prediction was wrong there as well. Still no titles changing hands. Only one left to compete for, of course. I will be going back live on Periscope by the by for our main event. Seeing if we can convert any more viewers to the YouTube or, in fact, here to Twitch. Because why the hell not? Snare him in by Twitter and see how see what you can do with them. That's the way to do it. I don't know. Hell in a Cell, wrestling-wise, has been good. I've enjoyed the wrestling, apart from Bliss and Baszler. That was weird. But I do feel there's just a bit of anticlimax about it. Something feels like it's missing. That something might, in fact, be Roman Reigns, let's be fair. But I don't know, something just feels like it's missing tonight. We are coming up to our main event now. Still no surprise appearances, nothing like that. And there'll be a cell separating the outside world from Drew McIntyre and Bobby Lashley. So we'll see how that's used to their advantage. If Lesnar does return, I doubt he's going to have eyes for Lashley. I think he'll be looking right at Drew McIntyre. That's what I see. Money in the Bank is July 18th, middle of next month. And that will be the last thing before SummerSlam. And SummerSlam is the big one, guys. That's a big relaunch. That's a big season finale and season premiere. Everything you want. The main event is here. Bobby Lashley should be so good inside Hell in a Cell. I cannot begin to describe how excited I am to see Bobby Lashley inside Hell in a Cell. Lands trademark soon. Fair. All right, let's go live on Periscope, shall we? Let's just add ourselves to that. It's definitely a beauty of StreamYard. You can just add a Periscope that I'll post a link on your Twitter and then see if people jump into it. And then go from there. We are currently gearing up for our main event of WWE Hell in a Cell 2021. That will be Bobby Lashley defending the WWE Championship against Drew McIntyre. We have watched the entire show right here. We have just rejoined on Periscope for our main event, and we will be here for the duration for the main event. But if you want to watch the full show, you can watch on YouTube. It is youtube.com/c/Tom Colohue, or you can watch on Twitch, which is https www.twitch.tv/Tom Colohue, where we also do live news shows for Spoiler Warning, which is our branded show, where we do wrestling news on Mondays and Fridays, watch-alongs for Raw and SmackDown, and in addition, gaming content on Twitch on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that being Football Manager and Final Fantasy VII. We break down Spoiler Warning into more bite-sized news videos, and they will appear non-stop daily on YouTube. So if you haven't followed on YouTube yet, now is definitely the time. Now is definitely the time to do so. But if you're joining us right now, we are about to watch Hell in a Cell. Hell in a Cell. Bobby Lashley's first time there. This should be a lot of fun. Drew McIntyre's second time there, he laid down the challenge, and imagine he's going to be the guy taking the big bumps. If you have just joined on Periscope, shout out. Let me know you're there. Let me know you are saying hi. Click that love heart. Ed says via Twitch, oh my God, wrestling Twitter hates that finish. From Josh Robinson to Brian Alvarez, Dave LaGreca to Mr. Warren Hayes, a wonderful group of people you have just mentioned there. A wonderful group of people. Yeah, I hate that finish as well, to be completely honest. I'm definitely one of the people who are not a fan. Because as we know from years of watching, announce tables are legal weaponry. They are legal weapons. So I don't get the issue here. Don't get the issue. If you want to watch more watch parties, you can find them. The next one, in fact, will be Raw tomorrow night. And you never know where Brock Lesnar is going to be. You never know. No one ever knows where Brock Lesnar is going to be. Do we think there'll be any surprises now? Do we think anyone's going to come down and get involved in this match other than, for example, MVP? I'm feeling Jinder Mahal might find some way to be involved. Yeah, I'm feeling Jinder Mahal. Lesnar, not so much. I don't see Lesnar being involved. But Jinder Mahal, for sure. Michael quite rightly saying, just be consistent with the rules and no one will complain. Pretty much, yeah. It really is that simple. If you're just consistent, the fans will get behind it. And that hasn't been happening. Consistency is something at an all-time low in WWE at the moment. Drew McIntyre is heading down to the ring, his sword held high. I do like that they call him the Scottish Warrior now, whereas when he was a heel, he was a Scottish psychopath. I think you can be a face and still be a psychopath. I mean, I may have a reason to think that, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun. McIntyre walks through the fire. He is yet to cut a promo about being Scottish yet tonight, which is unusual for Drew McIntyre. Of course, I have previously mentioned that Drew McIntyre's character for me is just a slightly drunk guy in a bar. Walking up to people. There, you're not hard. I can take you. Yeah, you want some? That's basically Drew McIntyre as I see it, unfortunately. Basically Drew McIntyre's character. If you've just joined us on YouTube or on Twitch, please do remember to click subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. And you can click like on YouTube as well to keep us going there. That is how you get notifications every time my content goes live and every show that you can join or that you may find interesting. You'll get a notification telling you exactly what we're going to be talking about. For example, tomorrow we'll definitely have an update on Brock Lesnar. Tomorrow's YouTube video will be about Sonya Deville's return to in-ring competition, and we have more heading your way in the meantime. It says he went back to the funny names for these predictions. What have we got? What have we got? Introducing channel. I don't need to be introduced to channel points. Give me the prediction. Oh, no, I need to log. Okay. I cannot check at the moment, unfortunately. Let me see if it pops up. They are piping in Drew chants. Drew, 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 Drew. They did stick at WrestleMania, to be fair. So the Drew chant's very successful. I like that it's fire and lightning. It is very clear, fire on one side, lightning on the other. That's what I like out of my feuds. I will say Bobby Lashley has been a very, very good WWE champion so far. He's been everything we expected him to be. Ed going full Leo Rush. Lashley, Lashley, Drew, 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 Drew. Yeah, I can feel the hatred welling up in you as well. I can feel it. I can feel it. MVP is with Lashley. That championship looks incredibly good around his waist. It's interesting when you look at the current United States Championship, which was literally designed using Bobby Lashley's measurements. Literally designed using Bobby Lashley's measurements. He didn't have it for very long, but Sheamus looks good with it as well, and Keith Lee will too, I'm sure. But then you look at the WWE Championship, this big chunky thing really belongs on Bobby Lashley. Truly belongs on the guy. Michael said, gotta say, I don't hate Lashley as champion as I did when he won it. The way he won it was a negative because ultimately you're not going after someone in particular. You're going after the Miz instead of Drew McIntyre. Interesting. Bella says Leo Rush was the most annoying manager since Bill Alfonso in ECW. It's pretty annoying, mate. It's pretty annoying. And Jado gives me an update. YouTube stream for you is perfect. The Twitch stream is blurry as hell. That's interesting because they're both coming from the same feed. Like I'm not using Streamlabs. I'm not using any of the streaming software. I'm instead using browser-based. So ultimately, it's sending the same feed out to both streams. I'm surprised at that. Very surprised at that. And a bit disappointed. I can see if I go and have a look now. Yeah, I can see it. That may be because I've gone to Periscope and it's just overloaded and decided to, yeah, J-Dub. I'm guessing that's because I've just gone to Periscope and it's overloaded it slightly. Ah, well. A lesson learned for the future. A lesson learned. Bobby Lashley is just standing in front of Drew McIntyre, pointing at the sky. Do you think he wants to go up? I'd go up. Why don't you go up? You should totally go up. Go on, go up. Cool, J-Dub, thanks. But that's the beauty of multi-stream. If one stream is just working better for you, then certainly at least it's good to have that option. I like that the ref is just trying to keep them apart. They're literally about to have a big wrestling match in a cell. Maybe just let him go, you know? Maybe just let him start brawling. I'm going to do a quick roll call on Twitch. At the moment, it's a bit of a small list on YouTube, but let's have a roll call on Twitch. I want to say a thank you to Ed Fries, JW5519, Professor Wigglytuff, Academy Impossible, B4 Bailey, B School Nick, Commander Root, Corey MLB, Discord for Small Streamers, JD, Lance702, Latina8737, Moose Baby, Megan Sittin, Toxic Predator 1, and Violet TV. Thank you everyone for joining us. Please do remember to click follow if you haven't already, and you'll get a notification every time I go live. It is the main event. And Lashley has just immediately left the ring and gone looking for weapons, but Drew chases him. There's going to be no messing around here. This is going to be a good 25-30 minutes of just carnage. Both of these men like to feel the hits. They like to feel it. Drew McIntyre, of course, does have considerable Hell in a Cell experience, and by considerable, I mean he's lost one before. I have him losing this one too. I have Bobby Lashley retaining, no championships changing hands, and that would end the day on me. 4-2. Fair question. Jason B. Watkins asks the question, does anyone have Drew in this? Personally, no. We did just do a prediction. I don't think anyone had Drew in that either. I feel for the guy, but he needs to step out of the championship picture for me. He just needs to move on a little bit. Megan Sittin has redeemed a new 24/7 championship. So Megan becomes our new VIP. And I take it away from Wiggly, who I believe is lurking right now. We have a new champion. Got it, J-Dub. Gotcha. We have a new 24/7 champion. Megan chose her moment very well there. Snatched the championship away. And now he's basically making a run for it. I respect it. I respect it. Noob says, well, that match between Rhea and Charlotte was terrible. I don't think the match was terrible. I think the finish was bad. But I don't think the match was terrible. Game Freak, I see you a few times, says, I feel like I'm about 30 seconds behind you. Maybe it's a Peacock issue. Yeah, I try not to call too much of the action. Instead, answer questions, talk about, like, instead of doing play-by-play, I like to talk about, like, the color commentary and just add things that way, because there's a variety of different levels of connection, and Peacock apparently is just terrible. Just terrible. But welcome, Game Freak. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. We are also streaming live on YouTube and on Twitch. If you want full shows, Twitch is the place to be. And until then, we'll be on Peacock for the entirety of this main event. Megan, our new 24/7 champion, says, might as well have one Scott win something right now. Yeah, it's not going to be Drew's day. I'd be shocked if it ends up being Drew. If it does, it'll probably end up being Drew versus Lashley at SummerSlam. That's where we are. But instead, they could put him against Damian Priest. Put him against Sheamus. I don't care. Just give us something. Too bad I can't call off Vince tonight for ruining the finish of the match. It wasn't a good finish. It was anticlimactic as well. But the match itself, I enjoyed. Thank you, Game Freak. Said I'm always lurking around Twitter and try to post good content, but your stream here is refreshing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We do regular streams on Twitch. If you want to pop over to, let me type it in. I'll put a link in to twitch.tv/Tom Colahue. We do 6 streams a week on Twitch. 6 streams a week, but only regularly 1 a week on YouTube, and we very rarely appear on Periscope. Very rarely. So Twitch might be the place for you. We do a twice weekly news show. I'm going to show the logo again, which we call Spoiler Warning. So a twice weekly news show. And also, in addition to that, we do watch-alongs for Raw, SmackDown, and some gaming content on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. Michael says, saw this tweet about Rhea that I found interesting. She's booked as a heel heading into Mania, wins at Mania as a babyface, becomes a heel again by teaming with Shayna and Nia, then turns babyface in her Charlotte feud, and now she's a heel again. Basically, yeah, Rhea Ripley is unfortunately seems to be heading in the Big Show direction. Not happy about it, but that's where it's going. It says Peacock is 58 seconds behind for me. That's significant. Like, if you're scrolling through Twitter at the same time, you've already read the results before you've even got to the finish of the match. And Bailey also gave an example of Peacock being behind. Here's how far Peacock is behind. Drew just got hit by the ring stairs. Now, I know I didn't get to that immediately, but still, says it all, really, doesn't it? Says it all. They are that far behind. The match has slowed down significantly. They spent very little time in the ring. Some of the I'll throw you into things makes me think about Scott Steiner and Triple H way back when. I'd like it if they don't overdo that. Lashley now has Drew on the steps. Looks like he's going for a suplex off the steps. Drew throws him into the turnbuckle post. See, this match should be good. You've got 2 extremely powerful guys who are willing to take some big bumps. Some very big bumps. They like to feel it, these two. They like to really feel it. And hey, this is the way to do it. This is a way to guarantee that everyone wakes up with bruises. Gay Freak says, I think Rhea is learning from Flair. That is a story here. I get that. That certainly was how they played off the finish. Charlotte literally saying, you're learning. Rhea Ripley essentially slowly becoming Charlotte Flair. It says, does Bobby's shoulder have paint from the cell? Haven't seen that, but the cell was just painted. This is the same cell that it's always been. They just made it red. You can actually see if you look close that everything's a little bit thicker because of a layer of paint. So people who like it thick are very well set with it. They're still working with the steps, communicating a little bit late. You see, once again, it reminds me of Scott Steiner and Triple H a little bit. Left shoulder has a red mark above his shoulder and bicep. I'll keep an eye out for it. Keep an eye out. A lot of throat punches today. More than I expected. Game Freak says, Tommy, you invested in any current WWE stories or simply just watching? I'm invested in Roman Reigns, first and foremost. First and foremost, Roman Reigns. When Sasha Banks returns, I'll be very invested in her and Bianca Belair. Everything basically I'm enjoying is on SmackDown. Raw, not so much. I like what's going on with RK Bro. I don't mind what's going on with Sheamus. That's kind of it, though. So I'm invested in some and not invested in more, which is a shame. Do you think MVP is helping call this match from the outside? I don't think so, no. I think Drew McIntyre likes to call things in the ring. He likes to. You got to remember, he and Bobby Lashley are from the same generation, really. That same throwback element. They liked to call it in the ring. And you can usually tell when they do a prolonged piece outside where it's just like, okay, you can usually tell they're calling it on the fly. I'm not entertained by it. But producers will have worked with them and given them some spots to work on. Looks like building towards a spot now. Meanwhile, I think I've got to sneeze. I do have to sneeze. Apologies. Michael says, my bold prediction. Charlotte beats Rhea at Money in the Bank. Eva wins a ladder match and cashes in on Charlotte the same night. I'm not giving Eva the championship. Firstly, probably at all. And secondly, that quick. Definitely not doing it. Definitely not. Also, why then have Charlotte beat Rhea when Eva Marie can cash in during the match and take it without having Charlotte have another title reign? If Eva's a heel, have her beat Rhea. Megan says if the match goes over 20 minutes, which I'm pretty sure it will, I agree, it will be the only one tonight to do so. Yeah, they've made a point. They've made a point for about a year now to make all matches on pay-per-views shorter so that all pay-per-views are much more compact and people don't get bored of them. I wish they'd do that with Raw, but we are where we are. Yeah, I agree this will go more than 20 minutes. I think at this point we've barely started, to be honest. No, but they genuinely didn't. They genuinely don't try and force title reigns on Charlotte. Now, Michael, I'll break this down a little bit from my perspective. Michael says to give Charlotte another title reign. They had Charlotte beat Becky in 2019 for no apparent reason, just for Bayley to cash in on Charlotte. There was a very clear reason for that. Otherwise, Bayley was cashing in on Becky. And if that happened, Bayley gets turned heel. That's it. Anyone cashing in on Becky was going to be a heel. Instead, Charlotte won, got a hell of a lot of heel heat, then Bayley cashed in, got a huge pop. There was a reason for that. It was to make that transition and to make sure Bayley didn't get booed for standing up to Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch was an unstoppable force at the time. She was turning everyone heel. Lovely spinebuster by Drew. I love a good spinebuster. Oh. Ooh. See, now they're throwing the power about. Now you've got me hooked. Absolutely lovely powerbomb. Just enough rotation to keep it looking dangerous. Oh, Game Freak, I completely agree. Game Freak asks, what do you think of Robert Roode's spinebuster? That's a good one, I think. Completely agree. I think his is one of the smoothest spinebusters you're ever going to see. Literally just a perfect lift, perfect grip, perfect rotation. It's a lot like the Triple H one that he used to do, where it's just a perfect rotation and then a drop. Although, to be fair, I'm also an absolute sucker for the Farouk spinebuster, which was essentially, fuck off. You could almost hear him say fuck off when he did it as well. When you hit the mat, you're just like, fuck off. Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel it. For anyone not aware, by the by, we have a Discord at the Collie community. We have a Discord. All you have to do is click the link here to get the invite. You can join us. It's a fairly active wrestling community. We also have gaming and football sections where every day people are talking wrestling. We get news broken in there as soon as we can, news shared there very quickly. I do very much recommend people dropping into the Discord, and that helps to make sure you won't miss a stream as well. Game Freak says, I wish Rude had more spotlight because I see a star in him. Easy main event guy rather than mid card. It seems as though the WWE don't agree. The WWE seem to only want him to be lower down the card or in tag teams. And to be fair, I wouldn't line Rude up against Roman Reigns at the moment. Apollo Crews, yeah, sure. Definitely. It says Drew is really dominating most of this match, kind of surprising. It's Drew's phase. Bobby Lashley will have his phase too. We are still very early in the life of this match. I suspect he's going for at least a half hour. Or thereabouts. Oh, God. MVP helping to forge a prison for Drew McIntyre. Locked with a kendo stick. He's actually lent his weight on it as well, just to make sure it looks real. Since the Usos and the New Day did that, it's been a fairly prominent spot. And it still looks damn good. Lashley just pulling hair at this point. Drew can barely protect himself. He can't get his arms low enough to actually cover his belly. Bobby's turn. It is Bobby's turn. The stick broke. And Drew gets face planted. Always good stuff. Always good stuff. Very little inside the ring action so far. Very little inside the ring. Game Freak says, in wrestling, often a guy dominates his opponent only to come out the loser. Bobby retains likely. I agree with the idea that Bobby Lashley is going to retain. And in wrestling, that's a lot more even than a lot of people think. I know it's very popular, a very popular concept to say, for example, that whoever stands tall on the go-home show is going to be the one losing. That's actually very close to 50-50. Just enough to make you think it's a rule, when in reality, it really isn't anymore. They've been aware of that one for a while. Lashley's very much taking a turn at this point. Dominating proceedings and keeping Drew McIntyre under the thumb, as it were. Just under the thumb, where he can't make any difference. He can't do a thing. MVP shouting, get sadistic. I like that. I very much like that. Kendo stick now in use against Drew. Just holding him down. Keeping him from really doing much of anything. Drew standing now. Oh, good grip. This is the Drew that the WWE thought they were getting. This is the Drew that they wanted. And this is the one they've got now. He is the guy. The referee bump takes an unprotected chair shot to the head. I may or may not suspect that McIntyre is about to have a visible free count. Future shock DDT. Been a while since we've seen a ref bump. As such, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. You don't see as many ref bumps as you used to. I remember... Oh, they're going to open the cage. We're going outside. I did say earlier, I don't see anyone coming off the top of the cell. But I do think Drew's going to fall off the side of the cell. That seems to be where they do things nowadays. Some lovely tossing going on. Really impressive work. Claymore. Drew McIntyre is covered in a hell of a lot of bruises. Like a hell of a lot of marks on him. He has taken a fierce beating. That is definitely your visible free count. Definitely a visible free. Cheeky bastard. Okay, that's good. That's good. I enjoy that. I enjoy that. Just that they're not going outside. Poor cameraman in the corner, just getting people thrown into him. It definitely looks like Drew is the guy calling this match. The whole thing at this point. Feel bad for your son. This match is becoming very compelling. It's a very good use of MVP. Just enough. Just enough. Game Freak asks, when crowds return, do you feel the booking will change since they have a live crowd to contend with? I do. I think they're going to be forced to make a few changes based on the will of the crowd. I think the Alexa Bliss thing as well. She's not going to be able to do costume changes. I think that's why they got rid of Lily. That's the perfect example there. I think we'll definitely see some changes. And we should. We absolutely should. We also know that we're going to get Sasha Banks, Edge back, Bray Wyatt's being advertised. There are rumors of John Cena, Brock Lesnar, Becky Lynch. Lots of rumors. So I think the booking's going to have to change because you got to get all those people in and push them. Because I tell you what, Becky Lynch ain't coming in at the bottom. She is not. It looks like we've reached the end of the turn-based section. Drew McIntyre just surviving at this point. But then again, not long ago, so was Lashley. Oh, that is some bad hits on the back of McIntyre. Like, that's bad. This guy's a sadist too, isn't he? He just loves getting beat up. Scottish Psychopath was the right name. He's intentionally left Lashley with a kendo stick there. Are they going to duel? I like a good duel. Let's fence. Game Freak says, Bobby and Drew do have good chemistry. I agree. WWE needs to pay attention to chemistry and booking, in my opinion. I agree there, but I think with a lot... Oh, that's got to hurt. A flat back bump with those injuries. When it comes to When it comes to chemistry, sometimes you don't know if people have chemistry until you just stick them in a ring together and say sink or swim. The job is really recognizing when someone has minus chemistry. I think of Matt Hardy and Sammy Guevara. That's minus chemistry. You put them in a ring together, they get hurt. That's how bad that is. Just move them away from each other. They'll have great matches with other people, but do not let them anywhere near each other for the rest of time. You know? Where did that table even come from? Very nice joke, Slam. We slowed down a little bit as we get closer to the finish. Definitely not long left now. Game Freak says, agreed. And then there's people who are like Magic and get good matches out of anyone. Personal favorite, Kairi Sane had that ability. She did. She does. If ever she returns to wrestling, she will hopefully take advantage of it. Hopefully. It's been over a year since I first reported on my YouTube channel that Kairi Sane would be signing an ambassadorial contract. It is paint on his bicep. Yeah, it's been over a year since I first reported that. And it always surprised me because I reported it just after her last match. And I always enjoy the crowd reactions for that one, the fans' reactions, the Twitter reactions to me sharing that news. Nobody was happy, is all I'll say. Nobody was happy that Kairi Sane wasn't going to be wrestling anymore. It says, Hell, this is a great cell match. I think the fact that both men are literally willing to put their bodies on the line, that makes it for me. That makes it. There are several matches that we've discussed tonight with anticlimactic endings. Game Freak says, myself included. Now Kairi got certified as a sports mental health trainer. She's doing well now. She is indeed. That YouTube video is on my channel if you'd like to check it out at any point as well, if you haven't already. Bailey says, probably about 5 minutes too long. I agree with that. The first section did start to drag. AK Reyes here says, hey Tom, now every former Shield member has daughters. Their team will be known as Shield. Wow. That's a joke, mate. That's a joke and a half. And Lance says, another terrible finish to an otherwise great match. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It got silly by the end there and ended on a roll-up. I'm sick of roll-ups tonight. He wasn't good. Well, we were confident that Bobby Lashley would win, and he did in fact do that. He retains the WWE Championship. Basically, he survives. He's walking away now looking like, oh, I'm a dominant personality. You can't stop me. Nah, it's a roll-up. Yeah. Game Freak quite rightly saying, Bobby and roll-up doesn't mesh. Meshes for some stars, not him. Agreed. And Megan just goes with a very blunt, that finish was terrible. I agree with all of this. So if you're expecting Brock Lesnar to turn up, you'll be very disappointed. I feel the WWE was too intent on protecting its stars. Too intent on protecting Cesaro, protecting Charlotte Flair, and protecting Drew McIntyre. Way too caught up on protection. Way too much. In fact, that's definitely something I want to say. But the WWE were just desperate to overprotect tonight. protect Cesaro, to protect Charlotte, to protect Drew McIntyre. Most of it, in fact, like Kevin Owens. Made for something of a disappointing finish in a lot of matches. Oh. We got what we got, and as regards that one, we got what we got. It says I kind of like that finish makes Lashley look desperate and Drew look strong. I get what you're saying. AK said early predictions for Money in the Bank. There's a number of people who I think are in a good position for Money in the Bank. I think Alexa Bliss has a chance of winning. I would love to see Otis and Chad Gable involved. Nakamura, I feel, has a good shot, but we'll have to wait and see later on for it. Rangel Gaming says, great match, but roll-up finish, took some points off. Yeah, I agree with you there. It's just really anticlimactic finishes for quite a few matches. Very disappointing in that regard. Very disappointing. We are going to wrap up there because it is nearly 4 a.m. here. If you are currently watching on Twitch, we are going to raid. And I think we'll raid Get the Tables. We'll send a raid to Get the Tables. If you are not currently watching on Twitch, if you are watching on YouTube, or if you are watching on Periscope, the show will be coming to an end very, very shortly, within the next minute or so, when the show kicks us off there. If you are watching on Twitch, please do stick around so that we can send as many people in the raid as possible. That's a huge benefit for me and helps convince people to give me the time of day, give me raids back, and so on and so forth. But yes, J-Dub says a very forgettable pay-per-view. I agree. It was a bit by the numbers and nothing really changed or happened. Megan says 25-43 for the main event, by the way. Thank you for bringing us that stat, Queen. And Michael says, see you tomorrow. I will see you all tomorrow, 10 o'clock on Twitch only. 10 o'clock UK time. That's 5 p.m. EST. We will be hosting Spoiler Warning, our news show, talking news about Brock Lesnar and the like, from basically what I've heard as regards that. And then on YouTube and also on Twitch, we will be doing a Raw watch party. So don't miss out. You definitely want to catch that. In the meantime, I've been Tom Colahue. I am going to drop a spoiler warning on top of the show. In the meantime, I'm going to say good night, and God bless.